Okay, we have a quorum. Good evening, and thank you everyone for coming. My name is Wayne Davis. I am your town moderator. I now call to order this 2026 town meeting of the town of Carlisle, the annual town meeting. We might call it today the summer town meeting. We do have a quorum. Our latest count would be 162, if my math is correct, 147 here in the room, and as other people come in, we'll be over the 150 right here in this room, plus another 15 that are participating remotely at Benfield. I welcome all of you gathered here, and also let me do a quick audio check in addition to Benfield, where we've been doing our audio checks. I'd like to check in with the cafeteria, where we also may have some folks. And so Vanessa Maroney, my assistant moderator there, can you hear us all right?
Yes, can hear you loud and clear, and we have 3 people in the cafeteria.
Okay, great. So another 3 there. All right. So let me get right down to the most important thing, which is to tell you where the fire exits are. They're to your left at the front and rear of the auditorium in the cafeteria. The fire exits are also in the right and left corners, and I believe at Benfield everyone knows where the fire exits are there as well. Please turn off the ringer on your cell phone and any sounds you may have on watches or other electronic devices. As we've been doing over the last couple of meetings, we are dispensing with as many of the preliminaries that I often get down to, and I hope everyone has had a chance to review the procedures in their motions books. And just to make sure, you want to have this booklet entitled The Annual Town Meeting Motions. If you happen to have printed out the warrant and brought it with you, good on you. You may want to check that from time to time if you're worried about whether the motions fit within the scope of the warrant, but we're actually working off the warrant and not the motions. Please remember that. I do need to state for the record that I have inspected the return of service of the warrant and determined it has been properly served. I will assume the consent of the meeting to waive the reading of the warrant. Any objection? Any objection from the other locations? Hearing no objection, the reading of the warrant is hereby waived. As I had mentioned earlier, we have set up the remote location in the community room at Benfield Farms, and I have appointed Nancy Showett West of 532 South Street to serve as assistant moderator at that location and have sworn her to that position. We have also set up in the cafeteria, and Vanessa Maroney I have appointed to the position of assistant moderator at that location, and she has been sworn to that position as well. Here in the auditorium, we have 4 microphones in the aisles, and I think you can see them in the front and the rear. In addition, we have another microphone at the rear, just to the right of where the lighting setup being manned by Jeremy is. That is if anyone is in a wheelchair or somehow is mobility constrained from getting to the microphones, but I encourage you to come to the aisle microphones and not use that microphone in the back unless you really have to, because it's difficult for me to see, and so it'll be difficult for you to use. So please use the aisle microphones if you can. Now, guests. Do we have guests here in the auditorium? Could you just raise your hands? I'd like to see. We've got a few who are all down here. You can stay there. And so long as our clickers are working and everything is fine, we should be okay. According to the rules of procedure we follow in Carlisle, non-voters are not allowed to address the meeting without the prior consent of either the moderator or the meeting. I will exercise my discretion and will allow the following categories of individuals to speak. In other words, I'm just making a blanket ruling here at the beginning, and we won't need to go through any further procedure to have these people speak. So as follows. That is, non-voter appointed members of any town or regional committees or task forces, non-voter employees of the town of Carlisle, and town council. However, for all those people, the permission is limited to topics relevant to their official capacity with the town. As much as the superintendent of schools would like to have the opportunity to comment on, I don't know what, Jim, what do you want to get yourself in trouble on? Yeah, dog licensing, that's a good one, okay. Jim may not speak on dog licensing because it's not relevant to the schools. Okay. So if there are any other non-voters wishing to speak, they may only do so upon a motion made by a registered voter. As we have been doing for the last few meetings, we will be using the electronic voting. And we're going to go over the procedures for the electronic voting when we actually have to do
All right.
do a vote.
All right. You know what? He keeps muting me.
I'm sorry, is that?
Tell him to stop
that
muting me.
I'm sorry, who's speaking there? Is that Nancy or is that Maureen?
It's Maureen. You have to unmute me.
Okay, yeah, you are unmuted.
Okay. Thank you.
We're hearing you loud and clear.
Okay.
Okay, great. So those of you who do have clickers, so in other words, those of you who are here in the auditorium or in the cafeteria, for the moment, I'm just going to ask you to press either of the buttons. If you'll press the 1A button, you should see an A on your screen and a little network indicator in the upper left, or if you press the 2B, the no screen, you should see a B. If you could just take a moment and press that right now. Sometimes the clickers go to sleep. I know none of you are going to go to sleep tonight, at least not while you're here in the meeting. But sometimes the clickers do. If they do, you just press it and wait for it to come awake. So I'm asking you to click it now and wake them up, and it should now stay awake for the rest of the meeting.
Mr. Moderator, this is
Yes.
the cafeteria speaking. If we could let people know that the cafeteria requires a red card and for the clickers, and that those in the auditorium have the pink card clickers because they will not work, and people can migrate, but they have to get the proper clicker.
Okay, thank you. That is a great reminder. So the new setup that we used both this last special town meeting and from the meetings going forward, the clickers only work in the particular room where you're sitting. So all of you who are here in the auditorium, you should have received a bag with a pink voting card in it. And if so, your clicker is good for here in the cafeteria. Everyone should have received a red one. The other check is your number on the back should be somewhere between 1 and 445 if you're here in this room, or if you have one of our ADA clickers, it would be 501 to 505. In the auditorium, it runs from 446 to 500. So you can just do a check. We will, actually, why don't we just go ahead and do the test vote now? Maybe is the easiest thing to do. So if we could bring up the test vote, our test vote is going to be whether you prefer a Monday evening meeting to the Sunday afternoon meetings that we've had before. So if you prefer Monday to Sunday, vote yes. If you prefer Sunday to Monday, you vote no. So the question is, do you prefer a Sunday evening vote? And if you could bring up the voting grid screen, that's Control F, Gretchen. Okay. Yes, open the vote, click on the yes. Yeah, green is Monday, and red is Sunday.
Okay, who wants Monday?
Yes, you get ice cream on Sunday. Okay, and in Benfield, you don't get to vote.
Okay, I'll let. 2 minutes, yes.
Okay, so at this point, let me check everyone in either the cafeteria or the auditorium. Have you had a chance to vote? And when you voted, did you get an okay? Oh, all right. And so I realize that this is a little bit difficult to see, but I'll ask Gretchen to sort of slowly scroll through, and you can see on the grid here if it's the lighter, let's see. If it's a little bit lighter, it means you actually voted, and that corresponds to the number on the back. Okay, and you see we gave out a lot of clickers in the 300 range, it looks like. And you see, and then we have a couple of people sitting in the cafeteria that had those 496 votes in the right-hand column, and then clicking over to the last screen. If you could go to the right, Gretchen, you see those 501 to 510. So what I can tell is that no one is using an ADA compliant clicker this evening. Okay, so I think we can close the voting. If we have any difficulties later on this evening, when I open the vote, if you have any difficulties, just raise up your hand and shout out, "I didn't get an okay, my clicker isn't working," something like that. And then we'll have at least one of the tellers will be available with some substitute clickers, right, Ashley? Okay, perfect. Any questions about using the electronic voting? We have a lot of counted votes this evening because, unfortunately, we've got a lot of bond votes to take. But certainly, it's going to be a whole lot faster using the electronic voting than it would have been in the old days when we had hand counts.
You can mute and they'll still be able to hear.
All right, and could I ask the folks at Benfield, could you make sure you're muted unless we need you to respond to something? Okay, great. Last thing is just the important reminders that for those of you who are here with the clickers, if you do leave the auditorium for any reason, take your device with you. That's why we've given you the lanyard. Do not give your device to anyone else. Your spouse cannot vote for you while you're in the restroom. That would be voter fraud. And those in Benfield, you're voting by a show of hands. All right. Are there any last questions that we have before we take up Article 1? Oh, what was the result? Okay, I'm sorry. The result was 104 yes, 59 no, and we had 5 people apparently did not vote. Okay? So that's what it was. And of course, this was not exactly a random sample of the town because people showed up on Monday evening. There we go. Okay. We are on to Article 1, which is the fiscal year 2027 operating budget. The motion under Article 1 has been moved by James Cataccio. Do I hear a second? And the motion has been made and seconded. I will ask Mr. Cataccio to make a presentation on this. We're normally operating under a 6-minute presentation rule with 2 minutes for comments from the floor. But on certain articles, based on discussions with presenters, I grant additional time. So it looks like the Finance Committee will be taking about 10 minutes for the operating budget. So it's only, what, $3 million a minute or something like that. You're on.
No pressure, Mr. Moderator. Thank you. Good evening. My name is James Cataccio, Chair of the Carlisle Finance Committee. So taking you through Article 1. The overall budget process that the Finance Committee takes, we split into 4 sections. So we have a summer session. That session, we do a lot of pre-planning. We don't hold a tremendous amount of meetings, but one of the goals that we did this past year was we worked with each of the departments to create a 5-year budget operating projection. We had worked with them in the past to have a 5-year capital projection so we can begin to plan out. This year we instituted a 5-year operating budget projection. Now through September through December, that's really the kickoff of the budget process. So we set some goals internally as a finance committee. We work closely with the select board to set goals as well, and that really drives our overall budget process. We send out a letter to each department where they come back with us with a draft of their overall budget ask. Now, December through March, we meet with each of the departments for our marathon meetings. What this is 2 days. Each department comes and presents to us for about 20 or 30 minutes, talking through what their budget ask is and letting us know about anything else that might be pertinent to us as we make decisions. And then finally, March and April, that's when we really narrow down and finalize the budget. So what that looked like this year, we had a total of 23 Finance Committee meetings and 2 joint meetings with the Select Board. We also met with the Regional School District, the Carlisle Public School District, or Carlisle Public, and the Concord Finance Committee. So we also, through our process, went through a 2% budget cut exercise. What that was is as each department submitted their annual fiscal year 27 request, we asked what a 2% cut would look like and how that would affect what they are able to offer to the town. And we held our public hearing on the 4th of May, 2026. So bottom line, fiscal year 27's operating budget is just over $39 million. That is a higher increase than prior years, which I'll get into. The increase represents about 6.28% from fiscal year 26. That number excludes any additional warrants or capital that's going to be proposed later this evening. The operating budget represents an average tax bill increase of 4.73%, or $830 for the average tax bill. Now, the estimated excess levy capacity, this number represents the number above Proposition 2.5 that could be taxed at without having to vote an override. That sits at just shy of $3 million, or 7.65% of the budget. And our reserves are held at about 11.57% of the operating budget. Briefly on the reserves. Reserves, the Finance Committee had worked with the Select Board in the past, and we've mutually agreed that holding between 10 and 12% would be a healthy range for our reserves. Now, we've held north of 12% for the past few years, knowing that we'll have some budgetary constraints, we're in an inflationary environment, and also we have some larger capital. So we deployed a bit extra from the reserves this year, and it's one of the first times it's dipped below 12%, but it's still on the high end of that 10 to 12% range. Key drivers for this budget. I want to stress that this budget is a level services budget. So what I mean by that is that there's been no real increases of services to the town. The majority of the drivers in this budget are things that are beyond our control. So Concord Carlisle High School regional assessment. We pay a proportional amount of the regional school district's overall operating budget that they ask for based on the ratio of students Carlisle sends versus Concord. So we had a much larger increase than anticipated this year of 8.33%. Also health insurance. Health insurance increased by 15%. Our overall state retirement assessment increased by about 6.5%. Now other drivers, Carlisle Public Schools budget was up over 4%. We do have some building debt coming online of about $228,000, and we did apply a 2.5% COLA. Well, the select board did, and we supported it. Now within this budget, the revenue side, no surprise to anyone in the town, about 89% of the budget the revenue in the budget comes from property taxes, $35 million. State aid accounts for about 5.5%, $2.25 million. Local receipts, about 4.33% or $1.7 million. And we are applying about $550,000 to the budget of reserves and money from the ambulance fund. Total sources of revenue in this budget account for just over $39 million. So what does this look like for the average single-family home in town? It's an increase of 4.73%, as I stated earlier, to $18,240. This represents an $830 increase per single-family average tax home. Now, an analysis of our reserves. This is what I spoke to earlier regarding the 10 to 12% range. Reserves currently sit at just shy of $6.5 million, or 16.5% of the total budget. Now, recommended uses of these reserves, taking $450,000 and applying it to the budget, $1.3 million to the capital plan, which I will be back in front of you for Article 2. Warrant articles of $75,000, total is $1.8 million. That puts our remaining reserves at $4.5 million, which is what represents that 11.57 I stated earlier. Now, on the expense side, also not a surprise to most in the town, the majority of our expenses go to education. $22 million, or just shy of 57%. Town departments account for just shy of $11 million at 27%. The remaining ones, insurance and benefits, retirement at $4.7 million, debt service at about $1.1 million, and reserve fund transfers of about $335,000. So here's a quick breakdown on where the education dollars go. Carlisle Public Schools represent about a $13 million budget number. That's about a $500,000 increase, or a 3.9% increase. Concord Carlisle Regional School District of about $8 million, increase of about $610,000. Vocational, $200,000. I'd like to briefly mention that the numbers presented tonight are slightly different than the ones that were at our budget hearing, as well as ones that you might have seen in the Mosquito. The reason being is that we originally anticipated there would not be any vocational students, but we did learn recently that there's the potential for multiple vocational students. So the Finance Committee met briefly. We applied an additional $200,000. However, it is net neutral to the taxpayer. $150,000 is coming from the reserves, as I stated earlier, and $50,000 is coming from an anticipated increase in state aid. So the budget is slightly higher than presented. However, the effect on the taxpayer is net neutral. Now, a chart of the Carlisle Public Schools budget. You'll notice a little orange there, and it's just something that we wanted to highlight. There was a shift on where dollars were being allocated. So over the past few years, the town has been working with Carlisle Public Schools and in the means of creating an efficient running town, transferred the facilities maintenance, kind of how the school is continually operated in terms of keeping everything up and running, to be a centralized one within the town. So the dollars were removed from the Carlisle Public Schools budget and transferred to the town hall, or the facilities budget, I should say. So the actual dollars spent for Carlisle Public Schools decreased from fiscal year '26, but if you add back that facilities, you can see what the increase looks like so that it could chart properly. I'll highlight the 10-year average for the Carlisle Public Schools is at about 3.01%. Carlisle's ratio between the students that we send and the total population of Concord-Carlisle Regional School District, you'll see the orange, that's roughly speaking Concord's share. The blue on the bottom is our share. The highlight here is, again, we had a big uptick, but the overall increase for this year for the region was lower than average at 2.3%. So in conclusion, this is a level services budget. The key drivers that are driving this to be a higher than average budget are things that are outside of our control. We did go through a 2% decrease exercise with each department. We found that in order to bring the budget down, there would be cuts to service, so that would be impacted. There are large building projects which are coming on in the next few years or have started to come on, such as police, DPW, firehouse, improvements in town hall. The Finance Committee is always looking to make sure that the cost of education, which is certainly important, but it's managed, and it's managed from an increasing standpoint. And finally, Finance Committee is always looking for ways to maintain level services for the town, but if there's any reorganization, resource sharing, anything behind the scenes, such as that facilities that I highlighted, if there's any ways that the town can save additional dollars while keeping a level service. That is Article 1.
Thank you, Mr. Cataccio. So the way we handle the budget is that, as you'll see in your motions handout, there are a series of, what do we have, 6 or 8 different large groupings: general government, protection of persons and property, and so forth. So before we get into any of the debate and so forth, I'm going to run through each of these items. And if you would like to either ask a question about something that is within that category, and or you would like to have a completely separate vote on that category, just in a loud voice say, hold. Could I have someone give me a sample of how you say hold? Very good, well done. Okay, that's all that's needed, okay? And then we're going to come back through and I will recognize you and you can state your question, or you can state that you'd like to have a separate debate on it. Either way. If someone would like to have a separate debate and vote, we can. If it's merely a question, then you'll ask your question and then we'll move on to the next section, okay? So that's how we will proceed. I would note, before moving on, that both the Finance Committee and the Select Board have recommended passage of Article 1. So let's move forward. I'll take you through the categories. General government, a recommended budget for 2027, and this is the right-hand column if you're following along, is $3,639,291. Any holds? Okay. Protection of persons and property, $3,982,422. Any holds? Was that a no, or did someone say hold? Okay, hearing none, we're on to Public Works. $1,422,754. Any holds? Okay, Health and Human Services, $490,720. Education, $22,232,423. Culture and Recreation, $982,578. Anyone? Insurance and Fringe, $4,915,6 $620. Okay, reserve fund, $335,000. And then finally, debt service at $1,176,440. Okay, so I have not heard any holds, and let me just check with Benfield and in the cafeteria. No one wanted any holds there, is that correct?
None in the cafeteria.
None in the cafeteria, and in Benfield, Nancy, none there. Okay, great. So with that, as I mentioned, both the Select Board and the FinCom have made recommendations. Have any other boards or committees made any recommendations on the budget? Generally, we don't see any. Okay, so no one held on any specific subcategory of the budget. However, the floor is open if anyone would like to have any general comments on questions on the budget overall. You are free to debate it. Do we have anyone?
Yes.
Okay, at microphone 2. And let me encourage people, please, if you're about to make a comment, stay at the microphone. I'm going to ask people to please line up at the microphones when you're ready to speak, and we'll just be going around. That way we can keep the meeting moving along quickly. So at microphone 2, please state your name and street address, and get about, a palm's width away from the microphone and speak loudly and clearly so everyone can hear you. Thank you. At microphone 2.
Steve Herbst at 605 School Street. I just have an informational question to understand maybe the big picture a little better. Article 1, my understanding is that if it's passed, it will increase the tax for an average family some $800 some dollars. Is that correct? My question is, there are a bunch of other articles on here, and I don't really have prices for all of them in terms of how much they will increase taxes. Is my understanding correct that Article 1 is a la carte apart from these other articles, and that each of them will increase the tax on their own additionally?
Okay, thank you for that question. Mr. Cataccio.
That is correct. Article 1 is simply for the operating budget.
Okay, and also at microphone 2.
Good evening. This is Ray Modine from Berry Corner Road. I'd like to give a quick historical perspective, having been in town for 53 years and our current house for 45 years, and the tax growth rate that I computed. So I went back 45 years ago. I actually have the tax records based on my 1040 deductions, and I compared the tax bill from 45 years ago for an average colonial to the tax bill of last year. 45 years now, and the compounded tax growth rate was 3.59% for kind of an average, kind of representative of the actual tax levy growth rate. And so I thought about that, and then I also looked up the average inflation rate per year, which is about 2.93% over 45 years. And I thought about that and said, now wait a minute, how about Prop 2.5? Well, we exclude debt service payments. That's why it's over 2.5%. But then I thought about some of the numbers being, referenced by the James Cataccio and so forth, going to 6.28%. And so I did this. I said, well, what if I was to take 3.59% and compound it 20 years to the future? And guess what? Money doubles in 20 years at 3.59%. How about, what if we went from 3.59 to 5.59% as a compounded rate for the next 20 years? Well, guess what? Money triples in 20 years at 5.59%. So we go from a 2-time to a 3-time increase based on that, on just that small differential amount of 2% a year. Well, as Einstein said, compound interest is the 8th wonder of the world, and small changes in compounding can make huge impacts.
You
So
have
here's
about
the
20
question that I
seconds
have.
left. Yep.
Yeah, I want to ask the question now. So the question I have is probably to Mr. Cataccio and maybe other folks on the select board. Are we entering a new normal given a 5.5% type, Or is this a transient fiscal situation?
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cataccio, please address that.
No way to predict the future, certainly. I can tell you priorities from the Finance Committee. The Finance Committee wants to prioritize level services for the town. So the 2% cut exercise that we had illustrated to us that any cuts would affect the services to the town. I'll also say that this year was especially light on any asks from the various different departments compared to, this is my 8th year on the Finance Committee, compared to almost every other prior year. As I highlighted, the outside drivers, or the outside things that we can't control, those were the key drivers. So I don't know what the future holds. And the Finance Committee certainly wants to keep the overall tax increase as low as possible to the taxpayer, and that's a major priority of the Finance Committee. But I would say that those outside drivers are the ones that might continue to really kind of cut us. And if the taxpayer feels eventually that that's too much, we'd have to look at, what services are we willing to give up because of these outside controls.
Thank you, James.
Great, thank you. Also at microphone 2, you have 2 minutes, and generally what I'll try to do is find an opportunity about 15 to 30 seconds out before the end of your comments, if you are getting close to 2 minutes, to give you a warning. Okay, please proceed.
My name is Bernhard Zoom, and I'm at 180.
And actually, feel free to, you can just adjust the mic stand.
Yes, I'll try that.
Those of you who are tall, bring it up. Those of you who are shorter, feel free to drop it down. We'd rather be able to hear you than have you bent over and get a sore back, okay? Please start over. Sorry to interrupt you.
No problem. Resident at 182 Indian Hill. I have a follow-up to the comment just now. With all these expensive building projects coming online in the next few years, I would expect increases in taxes will rather accelerate beyond the level you project now for 26 than decelerate. So that's question number 1. Question number 2 is very quick and simple. With the general government section, there is one big increase. I couldn't find why the second line item, maintenance and facilities, increases by 1.3 million. So
Okay, thank you. And so I heard two questions, and if you could just stay at the microphone for a second. The second question was specifically about the rather large jump in the maintenance and facilities line item. And in your first question was you made a comment that there is a large increase, but I'm not quite sure I heard what the question was connected with that.
can you comment on how high the taxes you expect to increase with all these expensive building projects happening over the next 5+ years?
Okay,
And maybe I can make it specific how the 17 million fire station, what impact you expect from that.
Okay, so you're asking sort of a projection, even if we don't add any new capital projects over the next, say, 3 or 4 years, we still have debt service from everything that we might approve tonight. How will that affect the tax bills in the coming couple of years? Is that the question?
That's a good way.
Okay, great. Could you please address those both? Thank you.
Sure. I'll talk about the maintenance and facilities first because that's an easy one. That was the one that I had highlighted, dropped the Carlisle Public Schools budget, but correspondingly increased there. So it's a net wash for the town. It was a reshuffling of where dollars were allocated within the budget. So it wasn't an increase without a corresponding decrease. As to your other question, Finance Committee certainly looks at everything holistically. So what I'm discussing with you right now is simply the budget and the budget increases. Within each, there are calculations that can be presented for each article around what each article individually, average tax bill, will go up by as debt is serviced. I can tell you if everything peaked, or if everything passed, and during the peak 2 or 3 year period where everything would be online, the increases could be as high as 9%. But that's not over the 30-year duration. That is simply over that peak, and there's a whole chart where it then begins to decrease.
Thank you. Okay, any more comments or questions from the floor? We'll take microphone 4, and then is that Mr. Stevenson? You'll be up next at microphone 5.
Thanks. Angela Ecocella from 32 East Riding Drive.
And
My question
please get a little bit closer to the mic if
Can
you
you
could.
hear me
Thank
okay
you.
now? Yeah.
That's
All right.
perfect. Great. Thank you.
My question is a follow-up to that on that maintenance and facilities. I'm not seeing in the sheet that we have where the decrease in education spending is, so maybe you can point us to that. And then secondly, I would like a bit more of transparency on where that like 500% increase is coming from in that particular line item.
If you could address both those. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I'm going to pass that to Ryan McLean, who calculates the more granular numbers within the budget. He and Kelly have certainly, the finance team here at Town Hall, do a phenomenal job of keeping track of each of those dollars.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. My name is Ryan McLean. It's an honor to be your town administrator here in Carlisle. So the answer to your question, if you look in our budget book, the Carlisle Public Schools had the entirety of their facilities maintenance budget. And over the last couple of years, the school committee has worked with the select board and the finance committee to combine those budgets on the town side. So all of the facilities maintenance costs from the school were transferred over to the town side of the budget, which makes it look like it went really high. But if you look at the Carlisle Public Schools, you'll see that the increase is not 4.06%. Well, it is that corresponding percentage, but you'll see that the total increase of the budget is minus that facilities department.
So, Mr. McLean, not asking you to the precise dollar, but of that $1.2, $1.3 million, how much of that was transferred from the school budget into the town operating and facilities? Is it 1 million out of the 1.2? I think that's really what the question is going towards.
It was all of it. So we took their budget, we reconfigured all of the employees based off of our wage scale, which you'll see in a later article, and made sure it all fit within that dollar amount. So all of it was transferred.
Yeah, maybe a follow-up. So is that supposed to be in the education bucket on this operational budget, or is that somewhere else? Is that coming from somewhere else? So for example, the educational bucket in this operational budget, actually total does go up as well. So there's no net negative there either.
Yeah, so if you look at Carlisle Public Schools, you'll see their total increase went up, and then we subtracted out the facilities department for a decrease of, from year to year, 700,000, but it would have gone up a lot more if we hadn't taken out, or that number would be a lot higher if we hadn't taken out facilities.
Okay, maybe I'm not sure. I'm not seeing how 700,000 down is the same as going up $1 million, right? Those numbers don't seem to net for me. Does that make sense? Thank you.
I think,
Yes, but that's not the same as going up. Yeah.
Sure.
could we have at the select board mic?
Didn't it just go down?
I recognize
500?
Mr. Modell.
And here it shows it going down
Excuse me.
700K.
Excuse
So
me,
then
at microphone 1, you haven't been recognized? Please wait. I recognize Mr. Modell at the select board table.
It's pretty simple. And Jim would know, what was the operating budget increase? There's a number, and net, and that, so that 13,733 of last year, plus your operating increase would be some number greater than 700,000. It's actually 700,000 less. Trust them, when they do the math, it's a wash. They just moved it from one bucket to another bucket.
You understand my taxes. I like to understand where the numbers are coming from.
Well, then
right?
they should give you those numbers.
Right.
That's
So
fine.
that's where I'm asking for the
So-
transparency in that line item. That's
Yeah,
my
I-
second question.
So on Carlisle Public School, increase of $500,000, just to use round numbers, $500,000 increase to operate the Carlisle Public Schools. But in your book here, the difference between fiscal year 26, 13.7 million, and fiscal year 27, 13 million flat, shows a decrease of 700, but there's a 500,000, so that, roughly speaking, adds up to the 1.2, 1.3 net.
Okay.
Does that answer the question?
That answers that question, yes. So then 500,000 that goes into maintenance and facilities is accounted for this, the education piece of it. Okay, great.
Thank you for persisting in clarifying this. One of the important functions of town meeting, in addition to actually voting on things, is to give all of us as citizens the opportunity to really understand and to hold accountable our elected and appointed town officials these details of how the budget is put together. So this kind of interplay does strengthen things, and it's certainly fair game for how to discuss things here at town meeting. Now, there was a gentleman here at microphone 1. Did you still need to speak, or are we? Okay, then we'll go back. I'm sorry, and I had previously said we would go to Mr. Stevenson anyway. So at microphone 5.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Doug Stevenson, 271 Cross Street. I'll just add a little bit to the theme of what we're hearing tonight. It's just sort of an overall town policy concern about the rate of increase of property taxes for the average taxpayer. And Mr. Modine addressed the compounding issue. And I think from a policy perspective, our Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee, we need to be thinking about what are going to be the incentives for people to move out of town. And as Mr. Modine pointed out, if your property taxes are going to double in a short period of time, you're more likely to be leaving town than staying in town. And I think as a town policy, we really want to look at trying to moderate that increase. This year, with all due respect, if I'm correct, all of our property tax increase is going to operating expenses because our debt service is actually declining by a little bit. And then we're going to pile on with some big debt numbers over the next few years. Hence, we're potentially going to see a 9 or 10% tax increase in the coming years. And Mr. Modine can tell us how many years that'll take to double our taxes. So I think we really just need to make sure that we're thinking about the average taxpayer. And you're right, it's out of our control this year, but over the arc of time, it is in our control. Health insurance expenses, many of those things are dependent on number of employees, so we can, over time, can control those expenses. We're probably going to pass this year. We're going to absorb the 4.8% increase, but I'm hoping, and I think many others are hoping, that in the coming years, we're not going to see a lot of years of 9 and 10% increases. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions on the budget overall? Okay, seeing none, we are ready to move to a vote. We are voting on the motion under Article 1, which is to set an overall operating budget of $39,177,248. And everyone get your clickers out. And are we ready to begin voting? Yes, we are. So voting is now open.
Yeah. Make sure they know, Wayne.
Yes.
Green means yes.
Yes, green means yes. Green means yes, red means no. If too many of you vote no, we'll have to come back again for another meeting before the end of June.
Objection, the moderator's
I'm not trying to influence you, I'm just lazy, okay? Don't want to have to do another one of these. Okay. All right, it looks like voting is slowing down, so any problems? Yes, you have okay, we need a substitute clicker here. You did not get an okay on your vote? Okay, where's our teller with a? It would say okay after you vote.
No, it should have the number.
The okay comes up in the upper left-hand corner, just under the network thing. Okay, were you able to get a vote in, Gordon?
I know, why didn't somebody come down and grab it
Oh. They're supposed to be equipped.
with a replacement? Should they come
Oh,
in?
okay. Oh, no, they have to all be waiting on all votes. So the voting is still open. You can change your vote. We'll be equipped. We'll have our substitute clickers in here. Yes. I'm sorry, are we hearing something from the cafeteria? Raised hand is where? Right here. Yes, what is the problem? Okay, we need another clicker there? You didn't get an okay?
Oh, and there's a mat up there. Wayne, you
Okay, and
see
feel
Matt
f-
up top?
Okay, you gotta stand up. I mean, if we have we haven't had problems before, but who knows? But you know, in the future, if you've got a problem, please stand up and wave for attention. And let's make sure there need to be at least 10 substitute clickers here.
Ryan, Matt, right there.
Why didn't Matt just hand it to him on the way through?
Okay, everyone have a chance to vote?
No, we're waiting for one more.
Oh, jeez.
Why are they not giving him a bunch of clickers? I don't understand the one at a time. I'm sorry?
You need a clicker?
Is there anyone else who
Okay, everyone, please, vote again, you know, and make sure you get the okay. We can't, I'm not going to be letting voting stay open for 2 or 3 minutes and then, you know, keep hearing that your clickers aren't working. You should be able to have the vote within 10, 15 seconds and we can get the okays. Okay, everyone able to register their vote? Okay, great, thank you, and my apologies. Let's close the voting.
Yeah.
Okay, and our results. Okay, our results are 180 by the clickers plus an additional, I'm sorry, lost this. 15, did we say 15? So a total of 195 in favor, 30 opposed. Motion passes by more than a majority, and I so declare. We are on to Article 2. Article 2 is for the appropriation of $1,015,000 to pay the costs of capital equipment. The article is moved by Mr. Cataccio as printed in the motions handout, and including on this, that to meet the appropriation, we've got $955,000 from free cash and $60,000 transferred from the ambulance receipts fund. Mr. Cataccio, you are recognized to speak to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. James Cataccio, Chair of the Finance Committee, once again in front of you. So, regarding capital appropriations, the way that our process works as the Finance Committee is departments submit their capital requests as part of the fiscal year 27 budget process. The Finance Committee meets with each department. We review their capital requests. Select Board also reviews the capital requests as part of the budget process. We confirm that all of the capital requests are in alignment with the 5-year capital plan, which we work very closely with the various different departments, and that capital plan is published for you all to see as well.
Okay.
So this year, sorry for the grid, I hope you can read it, but I'll just quickly run down the list. So the first two are basic maintenance of our roads, 300,000 and 700,000. Now the 700,000, what's coming out of the free cash reserves, 270,000, the extra is coming from Chapter 90, which is state funding to help us pave roads. Advanced EMT equipment, this is a fire department ask. There is new technology that they're able to utilize to better essentially know what is going on in a medical situation with someone that can help them provide quicker treatment or know where to route them if they need to send them to a local hospital quicker. DPW is asking for a new front loader. That's to replace a 2005 one that is beyond its serviceable life. Now the total cost is actually about $250, but we have one from 2020 that did not meet the needs of the town. So we're going to trade that one in. Net cost to the town is $140,000. DPW also is requesting a new transfer station container. That's to replace a 25-year-old one that's currently being used for cardboard. This one would be a mixed-use one for $15,000. The police are asking for 2 cruisers. Now there's a planned replacement cycle that we go through. This one is for 2 cruisers. The chief said that he's going to look for hybrid, anticipates being able to purchase hybrid, but there's a chance that due to supply constraints may not be able to. It's for 1 marked and 1 unmarked cruiser. Also firearms for $20,000. Those are on a replacement cycle as well. 3 years ago we did handguns. We're currently doing long arm rifles. School Wi-Fi modernization. The current Wi-Fi in the school is about 9 years old. It's beyond its serviceable life. So we need to update that so it can continue to be serviced. And finally, town hall technology, another one that's on a replacement. These are workstations that are upgrading for various different town employees, and these are on a rotating cycle, $20,000 there. So the total cost that's coming out of the reserves that I talked to you about in the prior article would be $955,000. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Both FinCom and the Select Board have recommended passage of Article 2. Are there any other boards or committees that have recommendations? Okay, seeing none, the floor is open for debate. Please move to the microphones as soon as you know that you are ready to speak. Let's begin at microphone 5. Feel free to spread yourselves around. We'll just go around the horn with the microphones. Microphone 5, please, and please, again, everyone get close to the microphone and feel free to adjust it up or down as you need to.
Hi, I'm Clyde Kessel, 385 Curve Street, and it looks like we're spending, if we vote for this, we're spending $1 million, which I think is 2.5% of the budget, which that's 2.5% on top of the 6% or whatever we're already gone up. And there's a whole bunch more of these warrant articles coming. I think it would be fair for you guys to tell us what's the big picture up front rather than kind of dribbling little bits and we never really know how much we're spending altogether. Like, can you tell us now what, if we vote yes on all of these articles, how much is our tax bill, how much more are we going to be spending?
Okay, Mr. Cataccio, could you please address that?
I don't have that in my presentation, but I believe it's in an appendix. Ryan is coming down.
Yes. I recognize Mr. Triol to address the question.
Partial response. I guess these aren't working? They are? Okay. One response, specifically to the capital appropriations, those numbers are factored into the budget presentation, correct? That would be part of the fiscal 27 budget.
Correct. They're factored in when I spoke about the reserves and the net reserves. They're factored in there.
So these numbers in Article 2 are included in the Article 1 numbers that we just passed. The building projects that we're going to be discussing, we have detailed estimates on the projected debt payments for those. We'll go through all those. We can go through those now. Those debt payments wouldn't begin if they were passed until fiscal 28 initially, but really kick in fiscal 29. And then those would, if passed, schedule out for the next 30 years. So we have those numbers. They're in each presentation and all together. They will not affect the fiscal 27 budget, but they will affect the fiscal 28 and beyond budget, and we can look at those now if that's the desire.
Okay, so let me make sure that I understood your answer. So you're saying it was not in the operating budget per se, because we're approving this separate from the operating budget. However, because the funding sources are specified as coming from free cash, which is one source of reserves, money that we already have, plus $60,000 transferred out of the ambulance receipts, which is also a reserve fund. Taxes do not go up or down if we pass or reject this article. Is that the implication of your answer?
For fiscal 27.
Our reserves go down.
That's correct, yeah.
But the tax bill's not going to be changed either way.
I'll defer to the chair of the FinCom, but that's correct.
Is that right?
That is correct, Wynn. Mr. Moderator.
All right. Mr. Kessel, did that address your question, at least as regards to Article 2?
It does not address my question. I think that it would be fair for the town to present up front what the potential total increase in money we're spending is. Now, I understand that...
That's why I asked Article 2. It answers your question about Article 2. It does not address the other spending articles that we will have in front of us tonight. This one doesn't affect your taxes, but the rest of the articles, if we approve debts, they will.
I think that's debatable, that there's $955,000 that's disappearing from the town coffers that we're going to have to, that money's going to come out of my pocket sooner or later.
Fair enough. Okay. All right. I do think it is a fair question. I don't know if someone can answer it. Because we're going to keep coming back to it with all these debt things. So to the extent that someone could address how all of the capital items that we will have, not only Article 2, but the rest of the evening, it would be very helpful.
All right, thank you for the question. So free cash, just to define what free cash is, there's a saying free cash isn't free, but in this particular instance, the town reserves are made up of a stabilization fund, which is the town's savings account, and free cash. Free cash is created at the end of the year when you get more revenue than you thought you were going to get, or you spend less than you thought you were going to spend. That accumulates, and that total amount becomes the town reserves. So anything above that 10 to 12% marker, best practice is to use that for one-time funds so that the purchases that you're doing don't increase the taxes. So you're using already taxed money to pay for one-time funds so that you can do all the capital you need for the town without increasing the taxes. So the $955,000 from this reduces the town's reserves, but it does not increase the taxes. For articles, the building articles, right, the building project articles that'll be coming up, the reason why we can show you the numbers, the reason you haven't said you are going to approve them or not, so they're estimates, and they're models that we want to show you, but whether you choose to pass them or not is how it would future impact the budget. And all of the borrowing articles, as was said, would be incorporated in future versions of the budget, and then those would be incorporated in the total picture to calculate how much taxes go up or down in the town. So do you want the full projection of all the projects, or how would you like to proceed?
Okay.
We had the same debate.
It's a really good question. It's hard to understand.
So your FinCom and Select Board have determined they're going to present this to you sort of a la carte. Some people would like to see all of it up front. I certainly think we do town meeting is set up to take these one article at a time. If you would like things to be presented to you differently, then I would encourage you to get feedback to the FinCom and to the Select Board as soon as possible following this town meeting, because the budget cycle for next year will begin pretty much after this town meeting concludes. So that will be important input to them for the future. Okay? Okay. And to the extent that you think someone suggests it's all in the booklet, I have to say I don't look at the numbers. I'm concerned with the procedures. So if there are good answers there, then please, people can look at them. At microphone 1.
Ayla Solomon, 85 Bellows Hill Road. I have a few, hopefully easy to answer
Could you please get closer to the microphone?
Sorry.
Okay.
Is this better?
Yes, and please reintroduce yourself.
Ayla Solomon, 85 Bellows Hill Road. I have a few questions that I hope are pretty easy to answer. First one is, this is taking 955,000 from the reserve free cash. What's the total of free cash that the town has? Like, what is this subtracting from?
If you could answer that.
Currently, before anything is done this evening, town reserves sit at 6.4, 6.5 million.
Okay, and that's total reserves and free cash is just part of that?
Yes, correct.
And then you said that for a number of these items, they're on a cycle of replacement, which makes sense. For the items that are on cycle of replacement, what's the cycle time? Is it every year? Is it every 5 years? Should we expect to see these again next year at town meeting or in 5 years from now?
Sure, it's a great question, and it varies depending on what the cycle is. So some technology is on a 3-year cycle. Speaking to this evening, the police cruisers have I think it's a 4 to 5 year cycle, but they have a number of cruisers. So next year, the tempo is typically 1 cruiser, 2 cruisers or so, and that does the cycle. Or the firearms are about a 5-year cycle. So the handguns were done 3 years ago, 5 years from 3 years ago. So in 2 more years, we'll likely see the handguns again, and the rifles the same way. But then some is much longer. It could be 10 years and such. It depends on the item.
Okay. And conceptually for a town like Carlisle, that I guess perhaps my biased impression is that it's quite safe. Do the police need top of the line, most well-maintained firearms in Carlisle?
Yep.
Do they need new cruisers every 4 to 5 years? I use my car until the wheels fall off. So just wondering about what the justifications are on that part.
Sure, no, it's a valid question. So if the chief is here, he's welcome to comment if he'd like to, but I will say that we work with them to make sure that it is a justified need, but the Finance Committee also holistically supports public safety. So personal vehicles, driving till the wheels fall off, I think fiscally can certainly be a good thing, but we want to make sure that the public safety infrastructure that we have in place, knock on wood, is a waste of money, but if we ever need it, we want to make sure that the things are able to work. So I'll use cruisers as an example. We worked with the prior chief to see really how many miles are you putting on a year and so forth. And we had told the chief we were going to work this summer with him, but maybe his replacement, to review that now that hybrids are much more common, to see if maybe we can extend that cycle a little bit further. But these cruisers typically begin to put on over 120,000 miles in that 5-year period. Don't quote me, but it's a high number like that because they're used more or less around the clock patrolling.
Great, thank you. Okay, Mr. Stevenson at microphone 5.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Doug Stevenson, 271 Cross Street. I just wanted to address Mr. Kessel's question and hopefully give us a little clarity. And Mr. Kadafi, you'll correct me if I'm wrong. I believe what the Finance Committee is telling us is if we pass everything tonight that's in this warrant, our average tax rate increase will be 4.8%. And that's under Article 1. Article 2 is all free cash. Article 3 is all free cash. And Articles 4, 5, and 6 are all long-term debt, which will not kick in until a few years out. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so we're looking at 4.8% if we pass everything tonight. There's no other special goodies in here that we're going to vote on later on that's going to drive it any higher than that.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, any more question or comment before we take a vote on Article 2? Okay, and cafeteria and Benfield look quiet, so, okay, get your clickers out, and, yes, oh, I'm sorry. We have a comment at microphone 4. That's why I do ask people to please move to microphones quickly, okay? Thank you.
Sorry. David Erickson, 237 Fisk Street. I think you said that the police cruisers may be hybrid. Are we considering electric cruisers? I mean, especially with high gas prices, electric is also cheaper to maintain and may actually last longer. I understand that there aren't that many options for electric police cruisers, but it's something that's been looked into.
Could you address that, please? Thank
Sure. It is something that we ask the chief about each year. So my understanding is that the chief currently feels they're not quite ready to replace, but it's something that they are evaluating. So I do think that the chief feels that we are moving closer to having an electric cruiser.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, seeing no more comments, get your clickers out. Let us get ready. We are now voting on Article 2, which requires a majority to pass, and that is for $1,015,000 for capital equipment and infrastructure improvements to be paid out of 2 sources of reserves. If you are in favor, voting is now open. Press the green or 1A button. Opposed is the red or 2B button. And in Benfield, let's have a show of hands. And if anyone isn't getting the okay, please stand up right away. I see we do have some replacement clickers available in case we need it. Everyone looks good. Looks like we have the voting. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and voting is now closed. And we have our results, which are a total of 215 in favor, 17 opposed. That is more than a majority. The motion passes, and I so declare. We are now on to Article 3, which is $407,705 for facilities maintenance and improvements. The motion is made by Mr. Lerman as printed in the motion's handout. Is there a second? Second, okay. So Mr. Lerman, I recognize you for up to 6 minutes, probably less, under the motion under Article 3.
Okay. Hi, my name is Jerry Lerman. I'm chair of the Municipal Facilities Committee. This warrant article, along with Article 6, is part of a series of warrant articles that the town has passed to deal with the backlog of maintenance on all of the town buildings. Many of the projects have been addressed, but there are still some that need to be worked on. I seem to have gotten ahead of myself. So this warrant article addresses several projects, which I will try to go through. The first is to develop engineering specifications for contracts for the Grant and Robbins HVAC system for $88,425. The second is to develop specifications for work to be done at Town Hall for $57,280. This is for the engineering work to do contract bidding. Warrant Article 6 is to actually fund the work once we get it bid. There's several projects at the Carlisle Public School. One is to replace the garage doors that they use for storing various equipment. There's $80,000 to replace the flooring in several classrooms. This is in part a safety issue. The flooring is coming up and is a hazard. There's $22,000 to fix the retaining wall in front of the school. I don't know if you noticed when you came in a series of orange cones that are blocking off an area of a wall that's crumbling, and this is to replace that. $43,000 is to upgrade the HVAC server. This is the computer that runs the building management system at the school. Several other projects. One is to install pH balancing equipment. That would be at Town Hall, the police station, and Gleason Library. This is to account for acidity in the water that comes out of many of our wells, and it hasn't been addressed, and it causes the pipes to corrode and pinhole leaks to develop over time. This will ameliorate that problem. $20,000 is to install surge protectors in the school, in the police station, and in the library. This is to counteract the fluctuation in power that we get from Eversource. Those power swings can damage sensitive electronic equipment. Surge protectors protect the investment in those pieces of equipment. $22,000 is to replace the radios that our maintenance staff use to communicate and to address problems as they come up. So the total for all these projects is $407,705. We urge you to approve this warrant article and continue our investment in the future of the town's infrastructure. And I will point out that this warrant article is funded with free cash, so it has no impact on the current tax rate.
Okay, thank you. Do we have, I'm sorry, both the Finance Committee and Select Board have voted to recommend passage of Article 3. Obviously, the Municipal Facilities Committee has also voted to recommend passage of this article. Do we have recommendations from any other town boards or committees? And in the future, I would say for all the subsequent articles, when we get to the end of the presentation, I will be reciting the FinCom and Select Board recommendations since we have them printed. But I would ask any boards or committees to please immediately move to the microphone so we can quickly hear your reports. At microphone 2, please.
Thank you. Christina Christodouloupoulou. I'm the co-chair of the Environmental Sustainability Committee. The ESC supports Article 3, especially given the fact that Green Community and Climate Leader Community funds are being used to facilitate greener buildings.
Thank you. Okay, and that looks like the only board or committee report. So now let us now proceed. Debate is now open on Article 3, $407,000 and change for maintenance, and all of that to be paid out of free cash. Let's begin at microphone 1. Please, even though this is your second time, please state your name and address again for the record. Thank you.
Ayla Solomon, 85 Bellows Hill Road. I'm just curious, how much of this maintenance is like unexpected, like, I just discovered that this wall at the school is crumbling and we need to fix it, versus how much of it is like deferred maintenance, like, we couldn't afford this last year, we couldn't afford it 5 years ago, but now it's gotten bad enough, I guess, that we need to start addressing it.
Thank you. Mr. Lerman?
Many of these warrant articles, like the crumbling wall, it was not expected. Replacing radios, replacing garage doors, those are normal maintenance that comes up. Warrant Article 6 substantially addresses deferred maintenance on Town Hall, things that we should have done over the past 10 years, but haven't, and now we need to do it before things get really bad.
Thank you. Any more questions or debate to be had? At microphone 4.
Hi, Angela Acocella, 32 East Riding Drive. Related to my earlier question, so I think between this article and any of the other articles that are related to maintenance and facilities, what is different about this article versus what we approved in the operational budget? How much can come from that? You mentioned some things that are kind of unforeseen, but some things are actually just kind of normal maintenance. So what are we getting from the $700,000 additional that we are spending in maintenance and facilities above and beyond the Carlisle schools versus what's coming in for this article, for example?
Please address it.
So there are two parts to maintenance. There is the ongoing maintenance of things like replacing filters, fixing leaks, things that happen all the time. The facilities department, that's part of the operating budget, is meant to address those normal operational things. This warrant article addresses things that aren't part of the normal course of operation, and since it's funded with free cash, it doesn't have an impact on the tax rate. It comes from tax revenue that we've paid in years past that have accumulated in the free cash reserve fund.
Thank you.
Thank you. At microphone 1.
Don Drinkwater, 235 Fisk Street. How much money is being spent on the Cranberry Bog House, and is there a plan for that piece of property?
I think that may come up in oncoming warrant articles. We have spent in past town meetings, we've spent some money to make the Bach House habitable. Right now, it's being occupied by several members of our on-call fire department.
So is the answer that out of this article, 0 is
yes,
for the Bog House?
Yes, in
Okay.
short, the answer is yes.
Thanks.
Okay, great, thank you. Any other questions or comments before we move to a vote on Article 3? Okay, get out your clickers. We are ready to vote. We're voting on Article 3, $407,000 for various maintenance projects, all to be paid out of free cash. Voting is now open. Green, 1A for yes. Red, 2B for no. Everyone getting an okay on their vote? Anyone having trouble? Okay, we've got one. And another one. Uh-huh. So who's got the clickers? Where's your teller with the?
There she is, yeah.
Okay. Any more people? Okay, yeah, when you need a replacement, please stand up and stay standing. Okay, has everyone been able to vote? Okay, we are ready to close the vote. Gretchen, can we please close the vote? All right, and could we get the results? Okay, and just checking our results from Benfield. So we have a total of 226 in favor, 9 opposed. The motion has more than a majority, and it passes, and I so declare. So just on the clickers, so I'm guessing what is happening is now that we've had these for 3 or 4 years, so even though each clicker, our town clerk staff literally checked that the batteries were working on each one, we're probably at the, well, this is part of scheduled maintenance. It may be that more batteries go out on us this evening. So we're going to make sure that we've got tellers with lots of replacement clickers ready at the back of the room. And so just stand up if you don't get that okay, and hopefully we can do this quickly, right? Okay, thank you. My apologies on that. Okay, now another small article for us. I hope you don't regard it as a burning question.
Objection.
Objection sustained. Okay, this is for the fire station renovation project, $17.5 million to be funded by raising debt. Mr. Triola moves the motion under Article 4 as printed in the motion's handout. And I don't need to call for a second. I don't know why I started doing that. We already know the motion has been made, so I'm going to drop that for the rest of the evening. I recognize Mr. Eric Ballas from the Fire Station Building Committee to make the presentation. I would note that this is going to require a 2/3 vote to pass. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening. I'm Eric Ballas, representing the Fire Station Building Renovation Committee, and I'm here tonight to describe why this warrant article is important to all the Carlisle residents. First, a little history and the need. Our current fire station was built in 1985. In 2017, the town hired an outside firm to provide an overall assessment of our municipal facilities. They determined that the fire department had outgrown the facility and the building no longer complies with regulations. In 2021 and through 2024, Carlisle's Public Safety Facilities Task Force looked at several options, including renovating and expanding the existing station or building a new station. The building costs back then were estimated to be in the high $20 million range. And as we all know, costs only go up with time. Fundamentally, the current station no longer can house all of its equipment. One fire truck is now parked outside, which is problematic in the winter, to say the least. One ambulance needs to have its bumper parts removed just to park it inside the equipment bay. Other key equipment is stored outside in tents. Furthermore, we no longer have adequate space for the required equipment to provide for the health and safety of our firefighters and EMTs, especially when returning from the fire or a medical emergency. A few words on due diligence. The Select Board in the late 2024 hired an owner's project manager and an architect to help us through a needs assessment and a conceptual design. In addition, the town also formed a fire apparatus assessment committee to better understand and document the equipment needs of the Carlisle firefighters and the staffing needs both for now and in the future. Those efforts confirmed a few important considerations. To highlight just a few, Carlisle has no municipal water supply to fight fires, which means two things. The fire department requires specialized equipment, specialized fire trucks to bring water to the scene and to be able to pull and pump water from sources at the scene. Two, because Carlisle has no municipal water supply, we cannot rely on mutual aid in the same way that other fire departments can. That's because our neighboring towns all have municipal water. Another consideration is that Carlisle's fire department is an on-call department. The alternative to that is a career department. And with outside consultants, we had the ability to determine that transitioning to a career department would add $1 to $2 million to Carlisle's operating budget. We want to keep the on-call department. And to maintain an on-call model, Carlisle needs to be able to provide the necessary space and facilities to both attract and retain on-call firefighters. This includes accommodating gender equity within the facility, providing better living, work, sleep, and exercise space, and providing for the proper training facilities. Keep in mind, retaining an on-call fire department is a $1 to $2 million savings in Carlisle's annual operating budget. A little bit on process and design. The Select Board reviewed that preliminary conceptual design back in October of 2025. Fire Station Building Renovation Committee started its work in January with project goals set by the Select Board. Working closely with Tecton and CMS, we took that conceptual design through design development, then construction drawings, and then out to bid to develop a solid cost estimate for the project. During that process, we worked closely with Carlisle's Planning Board, the Board of Health, and the Conservation Commission as the site and building plans were developed on an accelerated schedule. The committee made full use of that existing building, and we only added space based on demonstrated and established needs. Some key interior design features now include the additional garage bays that we need for the fire trucks or the ambulances, added space for the firefighter health and safety equipment such as self-contained breathing apparatus system, decontamination areas, and related equipment as required by NFPA. We've added some updated training and kitchen areas, and we've added exercise and bunk rooms. Some features exterior include a prefabricated outbuilding for equipment storage that doesn't need to be in the equipment base, and that's a less expensive way to do it. We have a new front entry and some additional parking. Major building systems include a new septic and a new well, upgraded electric service and a backup generator, and we also have heat pumps for heating and cooling and a 30 kilowatt roof-mounted solar PV system. And finally, the project budget and the ask. The team put construction drawings and specifications out to bid. This was a key to our strategy for developing a reliable and informed project budget. More than 80 firms responded with filed subbids, and we received 8 general contractor bids. We selected the lowest qualified bid. We carefully analyzed the various remaining project risks, associated contingencies. We looked at the appropriate soft cost estimates that we needed and developed a total cost estimate of about $17.5 million. The project budget consists of a construction cost, which is the biggest part, and it's based on an executable bid at $14.84 million. Construction contingency, typical of large projects of this size, we set it at $1.15 million. Soft costs, which include project management, materials testing, commissioning, etc., at $1.4 million, and a soft cost contingency of about $100,000. The total project budget, which is the appropriation request for warrant Article 4, is $17.5 million. There is no doubt that Carlisle needs a renovated and expanded station for the on-call firefighters and the EMTs that are dedicated to the safety and well-being of all Carlisle residents. They need this. Our town needs this. It's been known and discussed since 2017, almost a decade. We are currently in a favorable contracting environment. This is the time to do it. The committee unanimously supports this project and ask that you vote in favor of the warrant article. And on a personal note, I will be voting as if my family's well-being depends on it, and it does. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So, as stated, this is going to require a 2/3 vote. We have the recommendations of the Fire Station Design Committee, Finance Committee, and Select Board all voting, all recommending passage of Article 4. At microphone 2, we're now hearing from other boards and committees that have recommendations on how to vote. At microphone 2.
Thank you. Christina Christodolopoulos, co-chair of the Environmental Sustainability Committee. The ESC supports Article 4, especially since a number of environmental sustainability improvements are incorporated in the project.
And at microphone 1.
I'm Jerry Lerman, chair of the Municipal Facilities Committee. We have voted unanimously to support this warrant article.
And microphone 5.
Adelaide Grady, Vice Chair of the Planning Board. The Planning Board voted unanimously to approve the site plan application.
Thank you. Any other boards or committees? Okay, and with that, I will ask Mr. Ballas and the fire chief, you can take a seat. We will now be opening the floor for debate. There are 2 minutes for any arguments for or against, or if there are questions. I would just give a little bit of a fair warning. Curiosity questions about design details, why is this front entrance, say, brown instead of green or something like that? There's been 1.5 years of public meetings to go through design details and some open houses. So the time for those curiosity questions is past. If you do have a fundamental question, and by fundamental or material question, in other words, how the answer that you get may determine how you vote, then please go ahead and ask it. That's a great question. If it's just curiosity, we've got a lot of business to get through tonight. So, okay, with that, the floor is open for debate at microphone 1.
Hopefully a fast one. Sorry, Ayla Solomon, 805 Bellows Hill Road. If this is approved, when is construction going to start?
Okay, that's a good question, Mr. Ballas. Or the fire chief, or whoever is the appropriate person. Just to...
So as I had described, we have, the committee actually went out to bid. We have bids that are valid. We would expect to negotiate with the successful bidder, the one that is described here, the lowest qualified bid. And construction would start shortly after that, in a period of weeks. And I'm looking at, yes, Mr. Joyce. And so within a period of weeks.
If you could approach the microphone.
So basically July would be when things would start.
Okay.
Passes.
That, by the way, is your fire chief, Mr. Sorrows. Since he fails to introduce himself. Very few of us get the opportunity to put on a uniform. My suit and tie maybe qualifies, but you're spiffier. Okay, at microphone 4.
John Ballantyne, 268 Fisk Street. I know in the budget book, the 75-page budget book, the FinCom put forward what they thought the debt service cost would be, and I don't know if you want to show that in terms of that, the essentially an additional debt service of about $1 million is it correct per year. So this is just stepping back and addressing the tax issue. And
so what is your precise question?
I'd like to know if the FinCom wants to
whom?
present
You're asking FinCom to address this?
Yes, because it's in the budget book, and for both of these articles, these articles that we have a 2/3 vote, we have an estimated impact on debt service.
Okay, so
and I think that's important because that was a question that was asked earlier, and what's the impact going to be on taxes?
Okay, Mr. Cataccio, if you could address that, please. Or Mr. McLean, whoever is...
I may defer to Mr. McLean.
Okay, fair enough.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So the estimates that we're going to give you for any building projects are based on some modeling, and the modeling includes a 4.25% interest rate, which would be high right now, but is conservative over the long term because we will not be borrowing for this for a couple years, and you have to put it out to bid a couple of years from now, so there's some built-in contingency. But we believe the finance team, thanks to Treasurer Sandy and our accountant Kelly, who are excellent, our projections for this $18.9 million project, which includes the debt from the fall for the design, is $765 per home, peak in 2029, and then declining from there.
So this is additional debt service that will be on top of what we already voted for.
If approved tonight and at the ballot in 2 weeks.
Okay, and that will be the same issue that we will deal with when we deal with the DPW.
Correct.
And those charts, for those of you who have not taken the time to look at the 75-page budget book, which the FinCom prepared, are there, and they show what those are. And that's really important. So the question and comment I want to make, and I actually happen to have 46 years of tax information and the impact of taxes on the town and capital budgets. And the issue, and then I think Doug Stevenson rose this, is that the reason that we have this tremendous increase in taxes over the past 25 years is our capital projects. And we had the capital projects with the schools of $30 million in 2008 and 9, which had a huge increase in taxes. And these two capital projects are going to have a big increase in taxes. However, and so our average taxes in 2010 were about $7,500. And then they jumped as we had an increase with these items. And as you saw, the average taxes are going to $18,000. But, and the difference in just that is that our median income that we had in the town back in, and I've got the numbers here, in 2000 was $130,000, so the average, a median half above, half below, our average tax rate that we all paid was under 6%. It jumped to over 8% when we had the capital projects. And so that's what happened. And so in 2010, our median income in the town was $155,000. That has decreased in terms of our average taxes over the past 15 years because our median income has gone up to $250,000, as you all know, which is, yes, exactly. So all of us, the situation is different, and so what's going to happen with this is that we're going to have an increase in our average tax rates in median income, probably to the peak of what we had before. And so that is kind of the situation we're in, and we're trying to judge. As a town, we may be able to choose to pay for it relative to the Commonwealth. The average Commonwealth, median income in the Commonwealth is $100,000. I, as an economist, look at this. We are trying to decide, are we willing to pay for this? These large capital projects have been necessary. We voted for them. And the only way that we can defray that is to have more growth in town within our existing zoning. And hopefully we can do that, and that can hopefully, over time, reduce our tax incidence.
Okay, thank you. At microphone 2, please.
I saw somewhere mentioned there was
please reintroduce
Bernhard
yourself.
Zoom at 182 Indian Hill.
Thank you.
Can you describe what specific needs would we give up if we were to settle for the cheaper plan that was in the $12 to $13 million range?
I don't know that there ever was that plan. I think there was a wish. But the other plans that we got were 28 million, about around 28, 29 million, that were plans. I think there were some wishes that we could do something less expensively, but I don't think there was never a plan that I knew about. If somebody knows.
Okay.
Well, I read it somewhere. Maybe it was in the Carlisle, in the Mosquito article, but.
Okay. Again, at microphone 2.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ray Modine, 48 Berry Corn Road. I have a question again about the financing. So my understanding is that we're going to issue a municipal bond to finance this for many years. How long is this going to be bonded for how many years out?
Mr. McLean, if you could answer that.
Thank you for the question. So the max you can do for this type of project is 30 years. So to increase the range and allow the impact to be minimal and to be expanded over time, it would be 30 years. That's what we modeled. But that's a question for the Select Board and Finance Committee.
And it would be, you said, estimated at a rate of about 4.25 or 4.5.
That's what we modeled to be conservative, yes.
Yeah, and then you have to make principal payments back as well, right? Or do you just pay that at the end? How does that work in terms of the cash flow?
So the rate we gave you, the $765 per average home, is inclusive of both principal and interest.
Okay.
And that's at the peak, that number, and then it declines. It peaks in 2029 and declines. So there'll be small costs in 27, 28, and then declining in 28, and then declining from 29 on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any more debate? Anything from either the cafeteria or Benfield on this one? Okay. Looks like we're ready to vote. Okay. This is a 2/3 vote. Please everyone get your clickers out. We are voting for $17,500,000 for a renovated fire station. Voting is now open. Green for yes and red for no. Everyone make sure you've got your okay after you vote in the upper left-hand corner of your little voting screen. Everyone's okay, and we'll give a 5-second countdown before closing. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, voting is now closed. We'll get the tabulation. Okay, and we have a total of 207, that's 193 plus 14, in favor and 39 opposed. That is more than a 2/3. The motion carries, and I so declare Article 4 passes.
Mr. Moderator, can we just remind people of the election as well?
Okay, fair enough. We do have, this does not proceed. The bulldozers do not start until this passes at the polls. We need a majority vote for the Prop 2.5 override, and the election is next
June 2nd.
June 2nd. June 2nd from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. at Town Hall. Okay, and with that, we are on to, okay, as people, we have a few people leaving, so we'll take a 10-second stretch break. If anyone would like to stand and stretch out, we can do that for a little bit.
Some of them were volunteers who were in training and came to the vote and but that's not stretching.
No, I'm sure they are resident firefighters.
Okay, looks like we're taking more than 10 seconds, so we'll give it a minute. Maybe we can get some music up, and when the music stops, you can sit down.
But see, we need to have it. Thanks.
All right. Light it up. Would you please take your seats? Would you please take your seats?
You're fine. Oh, I was looking at my, you sounded fine.
seat. There you go.
Hello? Don, I don't think we have, hello, hello? Can you hear me back there? No?
Mr. Moderator.
Hello? Okay, that's much better. All right. Problem wasn't you, it was my microphone. Okay. All right, get that one out of the way. All right, I hope you enjoyed that break. So just so you know, once we achieve quorum, it is assumed that we have quorum. And if someone wishes to question the quorum and it turns out that we don't have a quorum, then we need to adjourn to another night. However, if nobody questions whether we have a quorum, it is assumed that we have a quorum. And further, if we do a vote count and the total is less than 150, it is assumed that the reason we have less than 150 is because some number of people in the room who could have voted somehow chose not to vote. Because in town meeting, there's no abstaining, right? So it just means people didn't vote. So the assumption is that there, and it looks to me like we have more than 150 between here and the cafeteria, but you know, if someone wants to question it, you'll have to meet your neighbors at the transfer station. Okay, on to Article 5, the Department of Public Works, $1.4 million for the Public Works Building Project Design, also to be funded out of bonding. And Mr. Snell has moved the motion under Article 5 as printed in the motion's handout. Mr. Snell, I recognize you to speak to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Travis Snell. I'm on the Select Board. I'm on also the MFC, the Municipal Facilities Committee, and I'm chair of the DPW Building Project Committee. This is Jim Hall, if you don't know. Jim's our director of the Department of Public Works. He does a fabulous job, and we're going to tell you a little bit more about the project here. So, what this vote is about. We're trying to address an aging and failing DPW facility that serves all of the residents of Carlisle. Following the recommendations of multiple studies that indicate that the DPW needs immediate attention, we're asking you, or all of us, to authorize $1.4 million to design and then bid a new DPW facility. So let me describe this in more detail. There's Jim, along with our DPW crew. These are the town employees that work very hard for us, and that we need a reliable DPW facility because it's part of our essential infrastructure. We talked about how the Select Board really values health and safety. That is probably our highest priority. And so we've gone holistically through this, where we've started with the police station and that renovation. We've now approved the fire station, though it hasn't come to the vote at the ballot box yet. But and then the third part of this program that the Select Board, the Finance Committee, and other committees who are involved in this have been working towards is the Department of Public Works. The DPW is responsible for maintaining roads and culverts, snow and ice removal, public safety, fleet maintenance, cemetery operations. They're interred at the cemetery, maintain outdoor and recreational areas in town, as well as do tree work throughout the town. A little bit of history of the facility. This on the upper left there is an aerial view of the facility. The black is the building that we're talking about. To the kind of right area is the transfer station, and there's a little green, it almost looks like light blue. That's also a maintenance shed as part of the facility currently. It was originally built in the 1970s. It was built as a horse riding rink, and then in 1980 it became the DPW facility. So it wasn't built for a DPW facility, and it's not designed with any specifications for a DPW facility. In 2017, the town commissioned a facility conditions study. Actually, the select board, I think, can move that, and the report deemed it inefficient and in need of replacement. That was back in 2017. In 2025, the Municipal Facilities Committee did a DPW feasibility study, which confirmed that this building is beyond its useful life. And you can see the building on the screen here. So let's talk about why the building's beyond repair. In the 2025 DPW feasibility study, we looked at the possibility of reusing the existing infrastructure. So it's logical to figure out what we're dealing with and then look at, can we fix that? And if so, what is that going to cost? We also looked at the possibility of building a new facility or using possibly a different type of construction and building a modular facility within that feasibility study. What the feasibility study told us is that there are 0 years of remaining life expectancy in most of the components within the DPW facility. So the roof and building envelope, it's a metal roof with a rubber EPM covering over it, has a life expectancy of less than 0 years. It has leaks currently, and we can repair it, but it doesn't make a lot of sense to repair. The interior ceilings are the same. You can kind of see those up there. There's water damage to virtually all the tiles because the roof leaks, and its life expectancy is 0 years. There's HVAC and ventilation system. The HVAC is right there on the bottom right. It's the fan that basically vents the air out of the building. And in the winter, when they're working and they're working on the equipment, the only way to get safe airflow is to lift up the garage, so it's actually really cold in there. So they don't have safe working conditions. The electrical systems are not code compliant and beyond their useful life. The fire protection system, there's no sprinkler system in the building. It was built before then, and it's not up to code. And the plumbing systems are beyond their useful life as well. This is just a little bit of the interior. As far as the foundation, which would be important if you were going to reuse this existing facility, the foundation itself is not structurally in good shape. You can actually see that this is a what do you call it? A drainage trench that runs through the center of this. And so as the trucks come in, and if they have oil or grease or whatever on them, or if they're being cleaned off, it goes into this drainage trench. Well, the drainage trench doesn't really work, and we now have to pump out into a holding tank and have that delivered. It's not up to code and code compliant. And its life expectancy is, not surprising, 0 years. Here's just a few more pictures. The overhead doors are in poor condition. The exterior windows and doors, there's no thermal protection. And the exterior cladding's in poor condition. There's rain gets through it. And the insulation was the original fiberglass insulation. It's deteriorated and is unfinished in some areas, so its life expectancy is also 0 years. And then there's a second floor to this building, which is currently unused because it is not code compliant, so they can't use it anymore. That's a mezzanine level. So it's in rough shape. So the select board reviewed this, and as part of this bigger picture of looking at our facilities and the facilities that are necessary to keep our employees safe, as well as keep our townspeople, our employees who are working to keep our townspeople safe, think that we do need to move forward with a new DPW facility. So the select board's goals with this was to meet current and anticipated safety standards for employees. This would be on a new facility. To accommodate gender equity, you'll recall in the picture of the current department, there are no female DPW employees currently, but that's not to say that there won't be, and in fact, there may be soon. So we'd like to do that. We also are maximizing existing space and only add cost-effective space based on the needs. And I think that's a really important part. That's the Select Board, Finance Committee has reviewed this. We don't want to just build something for the sake of building it. We want to make it fit the right needs so that we can have the equipment stored inside. Currently, some of the equipment is outside, similar to the fire station, and we want to have it the right, tailored to our town. And then finally, maintain a high level of sustainability in the completion of the project. We're actually looking at potentially putting solar on the roof of that, and we've underwritten this project so far with that in mind.
So if you could, you're past your time limit, so if you could please wrap up
summarizing
quickly.
right here. So we started in the 70s, the horse barn, it went to the town studies that we've done, and the Select Board formed this project building committee, and then we're asking for 1.4 million. And then this is the last thing to really be clear on. What we're not asking for the entire facility. We're asking to keep this ball moving forward by at this point allocating 1.4 million so that we have a designer design, and when we bid out, similar to what we just did with the fire station, so that we will have a bid to potentially come back to you, to town meeting next spring with a bid for what that will be for your approval if so desired. So that's the end of the presentation, unless
what?
You want to talk about financing, which you all have asked about on every other thing.
Okay, well, why don't you hold that and wait for someone to ask the question?
All right.
Okay, so thank you for that, Mr. Snell. I'll say to the audience, to the voters, your applause for Mr. Hall reminds me that I forgot to remind people that at town meeting, we generally do not applaud. We certainly don't applaud for speakers' comments, yay or nay. But may I congratulate you for successfully intuiting the exceptions that I'm willing to make. Okay. With that, Select Board and FinCom have both recommended your approval of Article 5. At microphone 2, what other boards and committees are we hearing from?
Hi, I'm Melissa Webster. I'm a member of Carlisle's Conservation Commission, and I'm also the Conservation Commission's delegate or appointee to the DPW Building Committee. The Carlisle Conservation Committee voted unanimously of all present in support of this warrant.
Thank you. Microphone 1.
I am Jerry Lerman, Chair of Municipal Facilities Committee. We voted unanimously in favor of this warrant article.
And back to microphone 2.
Christina Christodoulopoulos, co-chair of the Environmental Sustainability Committee. The ESC supports Article 5, given the improvements in environmental conditions and the probable incorporation of a solar array.
Thank you. Okay. And the floor is now open for debate. Anyone?
Do you have any idea what the total project?
Please
Dave
introduce
Erickson,
yourself again.
237 Fisk Street.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any idea what the total cost of the project is expected to be? Oh, did I?
Okay.
So that's a great question. I'm glad you asked it because I think we're ready for it here. So yeah, I think that as part of this discussion about this, we have to talk about it, as you've all asked, in kind of a sequential order, but in an overall context as well, as to how much this is going to affect us. So we're targeting a $15 million cost. That is through the feasibility study. It's actually came in less than that, but we think with inflation and, you know, you're going to get into it, this is probably a good, you know, budget number for this point in time. That's why we have to go through this whole design process, and then we will come back with a firm number next year, assuming this passes. Its peak cost is estimated at $614 per average home in 2029. And again, this wouldn't come online until 2029, is that right? Potentially, yeah.
Okay, thank you. At microphone 2, please.
Hi, this is Dan Cook. I'm at 357 Cross Street, and I just want to make a quick comment. I think it's a great idea that you're considering solar in the design, and I think it's important that we actually look at life cycle cost for these construction projects, because that's income coming in to reduce the operating costs for these facilities. And there's also some really neat energy efficiency technologies we should be considering too, and maybe thermal energy storage, where we can get money back from utilities. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Are there any other comments that we have? Okay, we're good at Benfield and in the cafeteria. Okay, so
Ray Modine, 48 Berry Coin Road. So given the $15 million rough estimate right now, would this be paid by virtue of a municipal bond, just like for the fire project? So the question would be really for the FinCom. Have they kind of overlaid or added what the projected debt service would be, just an estimate over, I don't know how many years, added to the fire, so we get kind of an aggregate total of what the debt service would be to the town once we add these two together?
Okay, could we ask the
I was going to say, that's a great question, and I think that we've kind of anticipated that with this graph showing that this shows the impact of these three facilities. So the bottom of the graph is the police station, then layered on with the fire station, and then the green, the top, is the DPW facility. It's approximately $38.1 million in approved or proposed projects, and then the peak cost would be $1,550 per home in 2029.
Thank you.
And for those of you who are new to town, just in case you had a minor heart attack, the police station funding was previously approved, so that's not another one that you're going to get asked.
Right.
Okay? Just to be clear there. Any other questions or comments? Okay, microphone 1, please.
Sorry, Ayla Solomon, 85 Bellows Hill Road. This is just from looking at this graph. The fire station and the DPW building look way more expensive than the police station. And was that not approved just last year? Like, why are these looking so much more than the police station?
The police station was a renovation of the existing and a much a smaller renovation relative to these, which were new construction.
Okay. Ms. Solomon, I believe your vote clicker bag dropped. Okay. Any other things? Okay, we ready to move to a vote? Looks like we are. Okay, we are another 2/3 vote. Get your clickers ready. This is $1.4 million for the project design for the Public Works building to be funded by debt, subject, of course, to the passage of the Prop 2.5 override at the June 2nd election. Voting is now open. Check to see that you get your vote registered and you have that okay. Everyone doing all right here? Looks like our voting is slowed down, and the count of 3, 2, 1. Voting is now closed. Okay, and just waiting for our vote to come in. Okay, and so we have a total of 185 in favor, 18 opposed. That is greater than a 2/3. The motion carries, and I so declare. We are on to Article 6, the town building improvements borrowing authorization of $1.3 million from the Municipal Facilities Committee, or I should say, to the Municipal Facilities Committee to pay for repair and replacement of and various improvements at Carlisle Town Hall, again subject to the Prop 2.5 override. Mr. Lerman makes the motion as printed in the motion's handout. Mr. Lerman, I recognize you to speak to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. It's me again. I'm Jerry Lerman, Chair of the Municipal Facilities Committee. This warrant article is asking for $1.3 million to fund several improvements at Town Hall. The Town Hall building is 30 years old, and many of its systems are the original that were installed when it was built. These projects will be accomplished over a 2 or 3 year period, and they're bundled together for efficiency in the construction and in the financing, since this will be funded by borrowing. So several components of the ask. The rooftop unit, which provides heating and cooling for the building, is the original, and it's well past its lifetime. The roof that it sits on is also past its lifetime. It has several leaks and is spongy in lots of places. If we replace the unit, it's likely that the roof will have to be kind of reconstructed to accept the new unit, so doing them both at the same time makes a lot of sense. The total cost will be $830,000. It's pretty expensive. It involves a big crane that lifts the unit off the roof and lifts the new unit on top. It's amazing to watch. Several projects in the exterior of the building. The windows and doors, which are original, are not very energy efficient. They leak air, sometimes leak water. They would be replaced by more energy efficient units. That would be $250,000. If you come into Town Hall, you may have noticed the columns at the front are kind of degrading at the bottom. We'd like to replace them so that Town Hall looks like it's a functioning building. Several projects on the exterior, including repairing siding and fascia boards. There's some rot in some of the wood. There's a bunch of carpentry that needs to be done to replace siding that's warped and out of place. And once that's done, the building would be painted, and that would be $80,000. A couple of other projects. Right now, the water in Town Hall is not drinkable since it's contaminated with PFAS. We'd like to install a filtering system that would clear up that problem. That would be $30,000. If you've ever parked in the parking lot on a rainy day, you've experienced the wonders of the back part of the parking lot. What we'd like to do is improve the drainage of the entire parking lot and pave it and possibly add some more parking spaces. So the total cost of the project is $1.3 million. This will be funded by borrowing. If bids come in lower than our estimates, then we would borrow less. The MFC recommends making this investment in the future of Town Hall. And if you vote for this warrant article, please remember to vote on June 2nd at the town election, since it will appear on that ballot.
Thank you, Mr. Lerman. Okay, we have positive recommendations for your approval from both the Finance Committee and the Select Board. At microphone 2, recommendations from additional boards and committees.
Christina Christodolopoulos, co-chair of the Environmental Sustainability Committee. ESC supports Article 6, especially given the fact that Green Community and Climate Leader Community funds are facilitating the building's carbon footprint reduction.
Thank you. Any other boards or committees? Okay, so the floor is now open for debate. Please move to the microphones. This first microphone here.
Don Drinkwater, 235 Fifth Street. How many square feet is the town hall?
I don't know.
How many square feet?
I don't know.
Well, the reason I ask the question is that I don't know how many square feet it is. I've been in there, I just don't measure it, I guess. But I was just thinking about 30 years. I understand 30 years is a long time, but depending, I think that would help me understand why it's $1.3 million. So, I mean, I've built a house that's 38 years old now, and it's not as big as the town hall, but it just doesn't, something just doesn't feel right, like windows replacements, things like that. Did we use bad material? I mean, I understand a lot construction people would like to tell you replace your windows every 10 years, but I live in the same environment, and I haven't had to replace my windows yet, and they're doing just fine after 38 years. So I question this one a little bit because it's 30 years old, I get it, but it just feels like it's a lot of money to have to put in a building at that age. I guess my question was, how big is the town hall? And I guess there's not an answer. We don't know that. I'm kind of surprised we don't.
Okay, well, I don't hear any direct question there, so
Yeah, no, my direct question, Wayne, was Mr. Moderator, was how many square feet is the town hall?
Okay, does anyone have an answer for that question?
We're looking.
Okay, well, we'll look it up, and if Mr. McLean or someone else can find an answer, they will share it, and if they can't, so be it. At microphone 5, sir.
Bob Zog, 923 North Road. A couple questions. What is the energy efficiency of the replacement windows compared to current windows? And also, is the replacement RTU a heat pump? Thank you.
Please answer that. And please get close to the microphone, Jerry.
The answer is I don't know. In warrant Article 3, which we've just approved, we will be doing the engineering work that will determine the property of all those pieces of equipment. Our intention would be to replace the RTU with as energy efficient unit as possible.
Okay. And in the back, please.
Lisa Sankler, Stern Street. Can you give a little more information on the $30,000 for PFA-free drinking water? What type of system is that would cost $30,000?
Do you have an answer for that one?
Well, I have a more generic answer. One of the issues that we have to deal with is something called prevailing wage. By Massachusetts procurement laws, the amount that municipalities pay for labor is substantially higher than you would pay as a homeowner. So if I have a plumber come in and replace a pipe, it would cost me one thing. If the town does the exact same thing, it would cost substantially more.
Is this a change of plumbing, or is that actually just a special filtration system?
It's a special filtration system. It's something that doesn't exist now that would have to be installed.
And is it different from what you would have installed in a home? How does it differ from what a home filtration system for PFAS would?
It probably is not very different, but the labor cost of installing it is higher.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. At microphone 2, please.
Molly Sorrows, 96 Litchfield Drive. Sylvia Willard has looked up this information for you. And hold on, we have the square footage of the town hall.
Oh, Sylvia.
As 4,852 square feet, according to what she's pulled up.
Do we have an actual source document for that? No, seriously, is that coming from a town document, or is that?
It's official municipal document.
Okay. All right. That would be useful to know. Okay. But a tad less than 5,000 square feet. That feels about right to me. Okay. At microphone 5.
Nancy Hartle, 164 Partridge Lane. Did I understand you to say that the gravel parking lot will finally be paved?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I noticed some air clapping. That's okay. Anything else on this one? We ready for a vote? Looks like we are. Okay, on Article 6, Town Building Improvements Borrowing Authorization, $1.3 million to be bonded, subject to the Prop 2.5 override vote at the town election. Voting is now open. This will require 2/3 vote. If you don't get an okay on your clicker right away, please stand up and get our attention.
Wait, Mr. Moderator.
Yes, we have a
7664. Source is the property card.
Okay. All right. Okay. We need a clicker down here. Oh, you got it delayed. Okay. All right. Yeah, you may have to push twice just in case your clicker fell asleep. Okay, voting will count to 3 and it'll be closed. 3, 2, 1. Voting is now closed. And we will get our results. Okay, we've got 156 in favor, 32 opposed. The motion required 2/3. It attains more than 2/3. Motion passes, and I so declare. Now, we are on to Article 7. Article 7 is our consent agenda. Motion made by Ms. Arnold, and I will actually read what is printed because it's brief. I move that Articles 8 through 17 be considered in one motion and that the motions for Articles 8 through 17 be hereby adopted as printed in the motions booklet. So, as explained further in the book, and those of you who've been here before, these are fairly routine, expected to be non-controversial motions, and so we take them up all at once. What we will do is I will first ask for a quick voice vote, because this is just sort of procedural, about whether you're willing to use this consent agenda procedure, which allows us to move these 9 articles all at once, or actually 10, I suppose. So all those in favor of using the consent agenda, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Okay, motion carries, and I so declare. I assume there were more than enough people here that even if we had naysayers in the other rooms, it passes. Okay. So what we will now do is I'm going to quickly read through each of these, and just like we did on the budget, if anyone would like to have, they either have a question that they'd like to pose or a separate vote, just say very loudly, hold, when I state the article, and we will then come back to you. So, Article 8, hearing the town reports and accepting them. Article 9, salaries of elected officials. Any holds? Article 10, the actuarial valuation of post-employment benefits. Always the most difficult article for me to state. No holds. Thank you. Article 11, the fiscal year 27 Chapter 90 authorization for the roads. Any holds there? Article 12, the PEG Public Educational Government Local Access Appropriation. Article 13, the Department Revolving Funds authorization. Article 14 is the amended general bylaws, section 3.22, to change the name of the Celebrations Committee to the Veterans and Celebrations Committee. Any holds there? On Article 15, actually, I misstated the way the motion should have been made. So let me just ask Aubrey to bring the Article 15 language up on screen. You do have it on screen? No, you don't have it on screen. Okay, I'm going to read this. So on Article 15, I will ask people, just so you understand what we're going to vote on here. Article 15, if you turn your motion book to page 15, you will see in the second numbered paragraph, the lot number, there was a typographical error. The lot number should be 20-1-0. So just for the record, I'm going to read the entire subparagraph 2 so that you know what you're voting on. So it's actually changing a prior vote that had an error in it. So it's going to authorize strike the words Board of Selectmen and change that to Select Board to grant an access easement over town land located at strike 257 Lowell Street and replace it with 59 Morse Road, Carlisle, Massachusetts, lot 20-1-0, to an abutter, consisting of a variable 30-foot by 60-foot wide strip of land approximately 385 feet long, said land to be used for an unpaved vehicle right-of-way for a passage of vehicles between the grantee property and the Morse Road public right-of-way. Any holds on that one? Okay, Article 16, correcting an administrative mistake with the town cemetery perpetual fund. Any holds? Article 17, the small personal property tax exemption. Any holds on that one? Okay, so we have no holds, which means that we can move immediately to a vote on this entire package. So everyone get out your clickers, and voting is now open on approving the entire package as moved with that verbal restatement that I gave you. Everyone's clickers working properly? And we have one in the back? We need a clicker here in the back corner. Okay, Mr. Cruz, you got your vote in? Okay, thank you. Voting is now closed. And our voting is a total of 171 in favor, 3 opposed. More than a majority of the motion carries, and I so declare. Thank you, everyone. So we're now up to Article 18, the fiscal year 2027 compensation and classification plan. Mr. Modell moves the motion under Article 18 as printed in the motion's handout. I would just point out to everyone that the text of the motion includes both the verbiage on page 16 as well as these tables on the succeeding pages in the motion's handout. I recognize Ms. Thomas to speak to the motion.
Hi, everybody. And my name is Aubrey Thomas. In addition to pressing next on the PowerPoint, I'm also the Assistant Town Administrator and the Human Resources Director. I just want to briefly explain the town's wage and classification plan, which comes before a town meeting for approval every year. This plan establishes official job titles, pay grades, and salary ranges for non-union positions and helps ensure consistency and fairness across departments. The process is guided by the town's personnel bylaw, the personnel policies, including requirements for written job descriptions, internal equity, and compliance with the Massachusetts Equal Pay Act. Any change to a position title, classification, or compensation must go through a formal review and approval process. Some years, the only update is a cost of living adjustment. Other years include staffing-related changes such as new positions, vacancies, or modified roles. These requests are reviewed by HR, myself, and the town administrator, benchmarked against comparable communities, and coordinated with the Finance Department, Select Board, and Finance Committee. Final updates are then incorporated into the plan and brought before town meeting for voter approval, which is tonight. The goal is to maintain a compensation structure that is equitable, consistent, and financially responsible while supporting the town's operational needs. So the changes for this fiscal year, there's a few of them. DPW, we laid it out for laborer, driver, operator, laborer, and heavy equipment operator and laborer. This aligns with their qualifications, so any licenses they have and the skills that apply to that. So if they gain licenses, they can move up in grade level. So this makes sure that we're also following the Transparency Act in Massachusetts, so you need to make sure you're showing the transparent pay. Facilities, as we've talked about a lot tonight, that has moved over all from the school all to town side. So you'll see additional titles that weren't there before. So that's why that's expanded there. For communications, the communications director is from dispatch, and so he's no longer in the union, so he is now listed on there, and that position will stay there. And then health director, there was a change in title. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the recommendations from the FinCom and Select Board both in favor of passage of Article 18. Do we have recommendations from any other boards or committees? Seeing none, the floor is now open for debate on Article 18. Do we have any comments? Okay, not seeing any, let's go to a vote. Voting is now open. And we'll count to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We can close the vote. And we have a total of 172 in favor, no opposed. Motion carries unanimously. Oh, I'm sorry, that was 173 in favor and unopposed. So motion carries unanimously. Either way, motion carries, and we are now on to Article 19. The adoption of authority to establish safety zones, which is about the acceptance of a statute that empowers the town to do certain things, or the select board to do certain things. The motion is made by Christine Stevens as printed in the motion handout, and I recognize Laura Harrison to speak to this motion.
Hi, all. I'm Laura Harrison of North Road. I'm the chair of our safety committee. Let me introduce Valerie.
I'm Valerie Thaddeus, also of North Road, member of the safety committee.
I'm going to try to keep this very short, and hopefully it's pretty simple. Articles 19 and 20 are both related to speed limits. These two articles work together. So a number of years ago, speed limits were lowered around town, particularly in the town center around the Rotary. Speeding is a safety concern, of course, so these changes made a lot of people really happy. Unfortunately, we learned from the police department this past June that the changes were not compliant with state regulations. And there were a number of locations where the posted speed limit was incorrect, and in almost all of those cases, it was higher than it is legally allowed to be. So the safety committee and the select board worked together, and we brought all of the posted speed limits back into compliance. Understandably, this made a lot of people very unhappy, and we heard feedback about these changes from many community members. Since then, the safety committee has been looking into options for how we might be able to lower speed limits legally if the town is interested in doing that. And we've been working with town engineering and town council on this. We have a couple of promising options, but both of them require some work. So option one is to see if we can establish something called safety zones in a subset of the areas where the posted speed limit is now higher. I'll talk a little bit more about what a safety zone is in a minute, but in order to do that, we would need to give the select board the authority to establish safety zones, and then we would need to do an engineering study to see if we meet the requirements and have a basis for doing that. But other than those two steps, there's really no additional approval authority for a safety zone. So this could be a useful tool, but they're not applicable to, they're not likely to be applicable to all of the affected areas where the speed limit signage has changed. The second option is that we can study the traffic in certain areas and consider just going to the state and asking for permission to lower special speed regulations, if the data that we collect supports that. So these seem like our two best options, again, if lowering speed limits is important to us as a town. So Article 19 is related to safety zones. I'm going to point up here for a second. A safety zone, it's a marked 20-mile-per-hour area. It looks like a school zone. The signs say 20 miles per hour. They have a fluorescent yellow section at the top. But unlike a school zone, a safety zone is enforceable 24/7 instead of just during certain hours of the day. An engineering study is required to determine if a safety zone is appropriate, but in general terms, it needs to be at least 1/4 mile long, and it's meant for an area where you have a conflict between vehicles and vulnerable traffic, like pedestrians or cyclists. So again, these can be a good option, but if 20 miles per hour is an appropriate speed for that area. So Article 19 is a procedural move. It's to adopt Section 18B of Mass Law so that Carlisle would have the authority to establish safety zones if we choose to. Section 18B is a statute that is an optional part of the law, and towns have to vote to adopt it. So to be clear, Article 19 does not make any changes to speed limits. It doesn't create any safety zones. It just gives the select board the authority to do that where it's appropriate. We still need to study the areas, and the select board would still need to implement them. Nothing would happen automatically. That's it. Anything else?
One other thing, can you hear me well? That's good. One of the reasons we did this is that we did speak to the police department, and they were concerned about the fact that the speeding is not enforceable. Because we were not in compliance, if you stop a person for speeding and if you give them a speeding ticket, it would be thrown out because it wouldn't be considered legal. That is not optimal for us as a town. So with the safety zone, it's the best option because the police can enforce it, number one. And number two, there are the areas where I think it's very much needed, close to the school. Most of the things are going to involve coming into the center of town. That's the goal. So as a safety committee, that is the key word, and I think that's the word that the select board uses. We really believe in this strongly and think that this is a good idea. It doesn't cost anything to pass Article 18, right? 19. And the study that we're going to put, we have to wait for that, don't we?
That's Article 20.
We'll be back. We have to stop now, okay. So we have.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right. Article 19, adoption of this has been recommended by both FinCom and the Select Board. Do we have recommendations? Obviously, we have the recommendation of the Safety Committee in favor of adopting this. Any other boards or committees have reports for us? Okay, and with that, any questions or debate? The floor is now open. Let's start over here with microphone 1.
Ayla Solomon, 85 Bellows Hill Road. When this power is granted to the select board, what would be the process for the select board deciding to institute a safety zone? Is that something that would be brought to town in some way, or would they be making that decision within just the select board?
Could you answer that question, Ms. Harrison? Or who is best positioned to answer that? Ms. Stevens?
Yeah, it would be the safety committee bringing something before the select board and then the select board voting on it.
So, in other words, the select board would hold open discussion, public input, and then a vote. Okay, normal process. At microphone 5.
Bob Zog, 923 North Road. Why specifically 20 miles an hour as opposed to letting the select board pick the speed limit that's appropriate?
Could you
Yes.
answer that, please?
So the 20-mile-per-hour piece is specific to this particular technique that we're calling it, that is called a safety zone. And that's why I put the sign up there. So this is it's a very particular type of speed regulation that is able to, that we can implement without additional approval authority from the state. And that's why it might be a good option in some of those areas, but it's probably not appropriate for some of the other ones. Does that make sense?
It's a state law.
So,
The state
is there a follow-on to that, Mr. Zog?
If I could clarify the question, is there something that the state requires that have a specific number, or did we have the ability to give the select board the option of setting that actual limit and making it different perhaps in different areas?
No, this is a requirement.
Please get in front of the microphone.
This is a requirement of the state. They limit it to 20 miles per hour.
Okay, so let me just pose a clarification. So if Article 20 funds some traffic studies, so under the presumption that Article 20 is approved, traffic studies are done, and say there's some area in town that says a lower speed limit is right, but 20 would be too slow, say 30 is the right number per an engineering study. Under Article 19, the Select Board does not have the authority to approve that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so then is there a process, if 30 is the right number, is there a different process that can be followed?
That's where we're suggesting we collect some traffic data, because what we have right now is pretty old. Then we look at the data ourselves and make a decision about whether we think it makes sense to just go to the state and ask for permission to lower some of our special speed regulations. But we want to look at the data first to make sure the data supports that move.
Okay, so if it's something other than 20, then you have to go to the state and ask the state, please approve this. If under Article 20, we don't have to go to the state for approval, the Select Board has the power.
Right.
At 20 miles an hour.
If we think a safety zone is appropriate, so it would be a minimum of a quarter mile, and you have a conflict between vehicles and vulnerable traffic like pedestrians or cyclists, then you have a pretty good case for establishing a safety zone that would be 20 miles per hour, enforceable 24 hours a day.
Okay, great. At microphone 4, Mr. Erickson.
David Erickson, 237 Fisk Street. So you mentioned bicycles a couple of times. Bicycles don't necessarily know how fast they're going, and they can easily go over 20 miles an hour frequently. Do you envision that bicyclists might be ticketed as a result of this?
It's a great question. I can't answer.
Do you have an answer for that one?
It's a great question. I don't have an answer.
Okay, no answer to that question. Mr. Stevenson.
Doug Stevenson, 271 Cross Street. Real quick, if we add more fluorescent yellow signs to our beautiful historic Carlisle Center, are we going to get rid of some of the existing, the 15 or 20 that already are existing?
Was that a question or
I'm
just
not sure
a
what the
comment?
question was.
It's a little ahead of the game, but I guess I'm asking, will we be able to get rid of some of the 15 or 20 fluorescent signs we already have in our center? Or will you please would the Board of Selectmen please, when you add signs, could we take away some of the other signs?
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay, we'll take that as a plea, not a question. Okay, anything else on this one? Okay, I think we're ready to move to a vote. Article 19, and this would, the town would be accepting the provisions of Chapter 90, Section 18B, which would then empower but not require the Select Board to establish 20-mile-an-hour safety zones. So voting is now open. If you're in favor, 1A, yes. If you're opposed, 2B or no on your clickers. Everyone's clicker's working all right. Hopefully all the batteries that were going to die tonight have already died. Okay, and we'll give a countdown: 5, 4, 3, to 1. Voting is now closed. I'm just waiting for my votes to come in from Benfield. Okay, so we have a total of 129 in favor and 39 opposed. This required a majority. It attains a majority. The motion under Article 19 passes, and I so declare. We are on to Article 20. Mr. Triola moves the article as printed in the motion's handout, which is a vote to transfer $17,000 from free cash to the Select Board to fund traffic studies. Ms. Harrison?
Okay, this is the last one. I'm Laura Harrison of North Road, Chair of the Safety Committee.
Valerie Thaddeus.
So Article 20 is again related to providing the town some options if we're concerned that speed limits are too high. Article 20 seeks $17,000 to fund traffic and engineering studies to both support the establishment of safety zones in areas where that is appropriate and to possibly move toward requesting lower special speed regulations in some of the other locations. The Safety Committee looked at the set of locations where posted speed limits were determined to be non-compliant with state regs. We spoke to members of the community, and we looked at a lot of community feedback. For the purposes of the engineering cost estimate, we presented these locations as potential focus areas for the engineering and traffic studies, but no final decisions have been made on these yet. So one was Bedford Road around Kimball Farm, where the new community farm school is. One was East Street, the stretch around St. Irene's and Carlisle Kids House and into the center. Those are the two that we think might be likely to be safety zones, that you could get that quarter-mile stretch, and 20 miles per hour might be appropriate, but again, we need the engineering study. Concord Street, northbound and southbound from Clark Farm up to just south of the Rotary. Westford Street, east and westbound, west of the Rotary, around Town Hall, and then Bedford Road, right around the Bedford Town Line. So, Article 20 would appropriate $17,000 for traffic and engineering studies to determine if we have a basis for speed limit changes and identify locations where those lower speed limit zones should start and how long they should be. That's it.
One thing I would add is that in looking ahead a little bit, we're looking at an increase of traffic. If we like to look down the road a little bit. So in a couple of years, given the number of housing developments that are being built all around Carlisle, you can see most of our attention has been directed to the center. That's where a lot of the traffic comes through to pass through Carlisle to get to other places. And so if we are able to get control of that situation and be able to set the speed limits that we think are appropriate and will match the town, I think it's a benefit, because speeding does not help. And it's a good thing to do, especially around the center of town. So that's why we concentrate on this area. And the school is something we should remember, is the school, which is extremely important. The kids come out, they go to the library. Those are things that we have to take into consideration.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have the recommendation of passage from both the FinCom and Select Board for Article 20. Any other boards or committees have recommendations for us? Okay, floor is now open for debate. Any debate? At microphone 5.
Hi, Mark Levitan, 105 Wolf Rock Road. I'm sort of confused by this whole situation. You know, we drive to adjacent towns. As you enter across the town line, you see a sign that says townwide speed limit of 30 miles an hour except where posted. And suddenly in our center, we have 35 miles going north. How did that happen? And can we do a townwide speed limit base and then go from there?
Yeah, this is a great question, and the Safety Committee was kind of all over this because what we really wanted was to just adopt the statutory speed limit. I think it's Section 17C, but I'm not the right person to quote the statute. So Section 17C, if you opt in, you set the townwide speed limit to 25 miles per hour unless you post something else. Unfortunately, what we learned talking to council and town engineering is that it's only applicable if you have thickly settled areas, and none of Carlisle really qualifies as thickly settled except directly in the rotary, and that's why that's not an option for us.
Okay, thank you. At microphone 2 in the back, please.
Hi, Sarah Schaff, 37 Evergreen Lane. Hi. I was just wondering, and I might have missed it because I was in the cafeteria, but I think I heard you say that you were going to have them study from the town center outward. Is that right?
So wherever we were thinking that a safety zone might make sense, we need to do an engineering study to make sure that you can get the quarter of a mile, that you have the conflict between vulnerable traffic. The other areas, so there were 3 other areas that we listed here that safety committee focused on and really wanted to prioritize. Those are the ones we want to collect some traffic data to see if the data supports going back to the state and asking permission to lower special speed regulations. Does that make sense?
Yes, and so I guess I'm curious about 225 because of the 5 roads that go out from town center, 225 is the only one that hasn't achieved the sidewalk a half a mile from town center, whereas the other 4 have now achieved that. We're very familiar with this from the safety committee, but people do walk from the fire station towards Toll on 225, and it's quite dangerous. So I would just wonder if that's included in your 3 other areas.
You mean this one right there?
Yes.
So that area around Town Hall is absolutely a place where the speed limit has now gone up, and we want to look at it and see if the data supports lowering it again.
Okay, great, because I think it's 30 miles an hour when you're coming down the hill towards the field, but has it gone up to 40? Sorry, it's 40. Down the hill? Wow, okay, I thought it was 30. So I think that would be great if it was included. Thank you.
I would just ask Ms. Harrison to clarify. So are these are your priorities. Is there going to be some more detailed public discussion before you finalize the list of traffic studies?
I think there could be. Like I said, for the purpose of the cost estimate, we wanted to come to town meeting, and we used these 5 locations as the ones that were a high priority to be studied, but I don't think, nothing is really set in stone, and it's largely up to the select board.
Okay, great, thank you. At microphone 5, please.
Okay, Heather Hedden, 98 East Riding Drive. Okay, if you clarify the relationship between Article 20 and 19 that passed. So if 20 doesn't pass, can the select board still do anything, or this is dependent on 20? That's my first question. And the other one has to do with, okay, if we pass this and fund it, does it still depend on the results of the study whether these speed limits will be implemented?
So my understanding is that adoption of Section 18B now means that the select board has this authority, but we would not be able to implement safety zones unless we have an engineering study to support them. So you wouldn't be able to do anything with that authority until you did these engineering studies, which we can't do unless we have funding for them. Does that answer the first question? And what was the second question?
Was there a second question?
And the second question?
Okay, well, then the implementation of the safety zone, would that also be dependent on the outcome of the study?
Yes.
So like, would a study say, could go in either direction? Could it also say it's not needed in this area, like it's not unsafe? Or would it only be in the direction of, I don't know, it's safe?
I think I know what you're asking. Yeah. Yes, the engineering studies and the traffic studies would absolutely have to support what we're doing. We couldn't implement a safety zone without it. And then if the traffic data didn't support a lower speed limit, we would not be able to go to the state and ask for permission to do that. Or if we did, we might get an even sort of worse result.
Okay. Also at microphone 5.
On a show of hands, is anybody that their car doesn't tell them what speed limit is currently, what is the speed limit? My car tells me, but, you know, it also drives itself, so I don't know how.
That's not a question that I'm going to let any town official answer.
My question is, that more and more cars have the posted speed limit show up on the dashboard. Okay, so is there any plan to make sure that this is updated in, I don't know if it's Google Map or whatever, you know, so that we can look to the future on this, not just the goodwill of people to follow the posted speed limit, as opposed, you know, sometimes you see the posted speed limit, and your car tells you a different one, and your car just drives itself anyway, so.
That's not a question for town of. The town posts the speed limit. It's the driver's responsibility. It doesn't matter
No,
what the
what
car
I'm
says.
saying is part of the study you're going to do. Are they going to come up with a plan for that, to have those speed limits be broadcast?
Well, if they were passed, yes, the speed limit signs would change, and then the police have the option, they are enforceable speed limits. So if they were monitored.
I think if the question is specifically about how Google and other mapping software is updated, we can't speak to that.
Okay, we ready for a vote? Okay, so let's go to a vote. Voting is now open. If you're in favor of Article 19, I'm sorry, Article 20, which is $17,000 to fund traffic studies. Anyone need more time? Okay, we'll count down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Voting is now closed. And okay, and I now have the vote, which is 126 in favor and 31 opposed. The vote attains a majority, and so the vote under Article 20, or motion under Article 20 passes, and I so declare. I would note that our time is 9:07, so we've been at this for 3 hours. Is it the sense of the meeting that we should continue to motor on and try to finish tonight, or would you prefer to adjourn and have to come back another night and hope that we get a quorum of 150 people? Keep going? Okay, that's what we will do. Article 21 is the lease of municipal property for a wireless communications facility located at 2 Proctor Road.
Why did we not put the wireless one in with the...
Motion is made by Mr. Snell as printed in the motion's handout. And this authorizes the select board to lease space on the town communications tower on Proctor Road. Mr. Snell, oh, Mr. McLean, I'm sorry.
I wish I was Mr. Snell. Good evening, everyone. Ryan McLean. I believe after all these votes, I'm still your town administrator. All right, looks good. I'd like to thank Julie, our town planner, Chief Soros, and Deputy Chief Svatek from the fire department and town council for helping us with this article. We were approached by a cellular service provider to see if we were willing to add cellular service to one of our existing communications towers, the one at 2 Proctor Road. We analyzed this to make sure that adding it wouldn't detract from our ability to provide public safety. We brought this to the select board for a decision, and they asked us to go out and seek bids in order to increase the cellular service at this place. We put this out to bid, and Verizon was the only bidder, the sole bidder. So they would be willing to add cellular service to 2 Proctor Road at no cost to the town, except for legal and all the things that we need to do to protect ourselves, in exchange for $30,000 a year in revenue, plus a 2% increase annually. So this is asking you to support the select board negotiating a lease with Verizon for a determined number of years in exchange for revenue and increased cell service, mostly around 2 Proctor Road, but hopefully at a greater range.
And 2 Proctor Road is more or less where?
Right there.
Meaning just north of the Great Brook Farm ski barn.
Towards the Chelmsford side, yes.
Towards the Chelmsford side, okay. Everyone got it? All right, so FinCom and Select Board recommend passage of Article 21. Do we have recommendations from any other town boards or committees? Okay, seeing none, the floor is now open for debate. Do we have any? Okay, at microphone 2, please.
Sarah Schaff, Evergreen Lane, 37 Evergreen Lane. Does the increased amount, 2% doesn't seem to keep up with inflation? Is there still room to negotiate that?
Mr. McClay?
Thank you for the question. Unfortunately, no. When you put it out to bid, you have to accept the lowest possible bidder, and this was the only bidder.
Lowest or highest?
Highest.
I think both, depending on how you look at it. They were the highest and the lowest.
Well, no. The requirement is you accept the highest bid, not the lowest bid.
Correct.
Yeah, we're selling this time, we're not buying. This is money, that buys a lot of ice cream somewhere. At microphone 5.
Clyde Kessel, 385 Curve Street. I like cell phone towers. I like cell phones, and I stand to have much better cell phone service at my house because I'm not very far away from that spot. But I have a problem with the way that tower was located. That I believe the original plan for it was to be a little bit more inside Carlisle, and there were some complaints, the not in my backyard type of complaint. And so they relocated it right on the border with Chelmsford, a few hundred feet away from a house, some family in Chelmsford that now has a cell tower right next to their house. And I think that was a kind of a shameful thing for Carlisle to do, and I'm going to vote against this.
Okay. Any other comments from the floor? Okay, seeing none, let's go to a vote. All those in favor, please vote yes on your clicker. If opposed, please vote no. And let us know if you have any problem with your clicker. It looks like our voting is wrapping up. 3, 2, 1. Okay. And our results are, we have 131 in favor and 18 opposed. Motion carries by more than a majority, and so the article is adopted, I so declare. We are on to Article 22, which is the canvassing and solicitation bylaw. Motion is made by Ms. Christine Stevens as printed in the motions handout. And I would just like to make note that the text of the bylaw amendment as presented in this article is actually differs in a few ways from what was actually printed in the warrant. So if you have any comments or questions, be sure you are looking at the language in the motions handout and not in the warrant book. Okay? Is the chief going to be making the presentation? Okay, please introduce yourselves.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Chief Amendola here with Deputy Chief Andrew Booth. Probably about a year ago, we decided to collect some data on some of the complaints that we were having for solicitors, and there was a pretty decent number of them. So it caused Deputy Chief Booth here to look at the current bylaw and to give it an overview and see if there was anything that we could help change to help protect the citizens of Carlisle. So some of those things that we added in are listed here. Limits solicitation hours, strengthens protection by actually creating a no solicitation list where somebody can be placed on that list. And it also allows us to enforce certain things that we weren't able to enforce before. So adds a seven business day timeline for application and approval and denial. We now charge a fee for it. The person will then get an ID from us. We can deny the application up front if we feel the need to. And it clarifies that the licenses are, for each individual, are non-transferable. So if somebody comes in from the same company, they can't just transfer it to somebody else that might go the next day or whatnot. So it provides a little bit more accountability on that end. Got anything? That's it.
Okay. So this article, we have recommendations from the Select Board and Finance Committee that both are favorable for the adoption of Article 22. And do we have recommendations from any other town boards or committees? At microphone 2, please. No, you're just a comment. Any other town boards or committees have a comment on this? Okay, seeing none, the floor is open for debate. Back to microphone 2, please.
Jonathan Supnick, 284 Acton Street. I wanted to know what was considered solicitation. Does this include like going door to door for political stuff, religious proselytizing, or is it only commercial activities?
So in the bylaw, if you look over it, it has nothing to do with any, inhibiting anyone's First Amendment rights. So strictly commercial entities.
Okay. At microphone 4, please.
David Erickson, 237 Fisk Street. So how do Girl Scouts fit in this?
No more cookies for anyone. No, just kidding.
No, but seriously, I mean, they are soliciting.
You better watch out. You may get fired from this job.
That's very true. It's very true. We worked with town council as well as the select board and the town administrator, and the Girl Scouts are excluded from the bylaw note for that type of activity. Yeah.
Mr. McLean, did you want to speak to this as well?
Sorry. Yes. Just to clarify and to point it out, so in your handout, 14.1.3, number 2, allows the town administrator, under the direction of the select board, to provide reduced or waived fees in the case of applicants who are nonprofit or charitable organizations. So this allowed flexibility to grant a waived fee or a lowered fee for charitable organizations, such as the Girl Scouts or anyone else who would qualify under that particular definition.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Okay, I think we're ready for a vote for Article 22, which oddly enough would amend Article 14 in the town bylaws to address the solicitor and canvasser. Please vote with your clickers. Voting is now open. Okay, and we'll count 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Voting is now closed. Okay, and we have a total of 148 in favor, 3 opposed. Motion required a majority. It passes by more than a majority, and so the motion is adopted under Article 22, and I so declare. We're on to Article 23, the amendment to the town zoning bylaw, Section 6.3, regarding the extension for non-conforming use. The motion is made by Ms. Sarah Smith as printed in the motion's handout. And again, I would point out that the full text of this runs over from 22 into 23. And I recognize Ms. Lennon to speak to the motion.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Stacy Lennon, a member of the Planning Board, here to introduce this amendment. So Article 23, if passed, would amend Section 6.3 of our zoning bylaw. That section addresses extensions and enlargements of non-conforming uses of structures, buildings, and land. So Section 6.3 has been in our bylaws since 1962, and the Zoning Board of Appeals has heard many cases under Section 6.3. Earlier this year, the Zoning Board of Appeals asked Town Council to review Section 6.3 pursuant to an application before them. And it was during that review that we all discovered that Section 6.3 was inconsistent with state law and was therefore unenforceable. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment, if passed, would align 6.3 with state law. So, as required by state law, the Planning Board held a public hearing for the proposed zoning bylaw amendment on April 13th. At that public hearing, Town Council explained the need for, the rationale behind the proposed amendment, the changes needed to bring us into alignment with the state. No public comments were received at that time, and notably, we've also not heard comments from the public since then, so now's your chance, folks. After closing the public hearing on April 13th, the Planning Board voted unanimously, 7-0, to recommend Article 23 to this meeting. And at this time, I'm going to ask Town Council, Ethan Dively, to just walk through the specifics of the text changes.
Good evening, Ethan Dively, Town Council. Just to keep this very short, I know it's getting late. Your current zoning bylaw, Section 6.3, speaks to the ability of a property owner to request relief to extend or otherwise enlarge an existing non-conforming structure, but it limits your ability to get that relief from the Zoning Board of Appeals if it's going to increase the existing structure by greater than 50%. Excuse me. So if it's more than 50% an increase, you just can't have it. The state law statute that was referenced was amended in 1975 to allow these kinds of extensions or enlargements simply if the ZBA finds that they're not substantially more detrimental to the surrounding neighborhood. The state law sets the floor, and we can't do less than what state law says, and so by imposing an additional restriction, capping these changes at 50%, we're in conflict with state law, and so we recommend this change. And this just shows the text as it's proposed, striking the existing portions in red.
Okay, thank you. It's been pointed out to me that Ms. Smith is not in the meeting. I was misinformed about that. Just to clean this up, Ms. Lennon, did you wish to make this motion? Yes, you did. Okay, the motion is properly made then. So noted. Okay, floor is open for, I'm sorry. We have FinCom and Select Board as recommending approval. Could we just have the formal statement of the Planning Board's report? The Planning Board recommendation?
Oh, the Planning Board recommends passage of this.
Okay, great. Any other boards or committees? Okay, floor is open for debate. Do we have any debate on Article 23 in this amendment? Okay, seeing none, let's vote, and this is a 2/3 vote. If you're in favor, please hit your green button. Opposed, the red button. Okay, and we'll count down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. And let's see, so we have a total of 128 in favor, 5 opposed. This required 2/3 majority for passage. I'm sure we had a bunch of abstentions, I would note. So this attains more than the 2/3. It passes, and I so declare. We are on to Article 24, the Green Cemetery Expansion Site Evaluation Funding. Mr. Modell, I see you there. You're hiding from us, but we can see you. Practicing for your imminent retirement, okay. Mr. Modell moves the adoption of Article 24 as printed in the motion handout, which is $20,000 transfer from free cash to be used for studying and evaluating the expansion of Green Cemetery. And Mr. Means will give us a very, very quick overview, right?
Yes.
Okay, go.
Thank you. My name is Gordon Means. I'm the chair of the Cemetery Committee. We were formed in 2024 as a task force and were elevated to a committee to stick around and do some deep diving, and this is one of the things we looked into. We've done some math on Green Cemetery, and it shows that there's approximately between 6 and 8 years left of timeline left in Green Cemetery. The number is not exactly precise because cemeteries are set up as lots and families are not an exact match, so there's some underutilization. But the number's pretty directional, and we've talked to 3 or 4 cemeteries that are also doing expansions in the local area. And you need to start a couple of years ahead of time because you've got 3 major things to do. You have to do a site evaluation, design, and construction, and these cycles take time. So let's show you exactly where this is. Can I use the, or you want to use the laser?
And if you need to step around to the, just flip the microphone around.
Lean into it.
If you need to.
This is the Carlisle GIS, and you can see, whoa, it went down there. Here we go. And there's the laser. It's in yellow, so it's hard to read, but you can see by the red oval, it's down Church Street, there's the cemetery, and this is what's known as the Levitt parcel, which was given to the town in 1938 by the Levitt family, expressly for the use of Green Cemetery. This is the Mass GIS, might be a little easier to see the aerial view. The Levitt land, as we call it, is about 5.5 acres. And if you're familiar with Church Street, you come down the hill, and there are the playing fields, Spalding Field, and it's wet down there. And then the land rises up. And it's about 5.5 acres, as I said. We think there's a good chance of at least an acre of dry land up top. In fact, it's being used now by the DPW to store brush and that sort of thing. So what would it take to do a site evaluation, which would be the first step? We talked to Stamsky and McNary, who were great partners to work with. You're familiar with them, I'm sure. We do a new measurement from the wetlands that are there, and there's an offset you need to abide by. This would incorporate the riverine setback as well. There's something called Page Brook in there. We built in what we call the no-go or go inflection point. If for some reason, when they do their first analysis, either the land is not usable or it's too wet or whatever, and there's not an acre, stop right there. That's $3,000 or $3,700 stop point right there. But what we're asking for tonight is a $20,000 full evaluation. We're pretty confident it's fully usable, at least an acre up there. In the cemetery world, an acre gets you 1,000 graves. That would be a 20% increase over Green Cemetery. That would last us a couple of decades at least. So we think this is a good way to go if we want to keep offering the service of Green Cemetery in Carlisle. It's time to act on it now. It's a good investment, we think, to work with Stamsky and McNary. They would provide not only the topographic, soil evaluations, wetland, et cetera, delineations, that also include a conceptual plan and a brief report on cemetery expansion, including an estimate for final cemetery design-related services. Now, this is not designed, but they know where this is going. And this is sort of a nudge in the direction to let us know this is what you might expect. Our design would likely be simple, like Green Cemetery is now, and we have the advantage of it being right next to Green Cemetery, so the adjacent land would give us the advantage of water and other resources that we have. So we're asking for the $20,000 to do this initial site evaluation, and we'd appreciate your vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, FinCom and Select Board are recommending approval, as does the Green Cemetery Committee. Any of the boards or committees have recommendations for us? Yes, Mr. Hall.
Jim Hall from the the Department of Public Works. I also approve this.
Okay, thank you. Great. Anyone else? Okay, any debate on this one? Questions or debate? $20,000 from free cash. At microphone 5, please.
Hello, I'm Ellie Kidder from 72 Bedford Road. If you do this and you do the survey, would you prioritize the existing dirt before you would expand into the wetlands part of the parcel?
When you say prioritize the existing dirt, do you mean approach it in a sustainable way?
I think so. Are you trying to use all 5 acres of the parcel, or are you trying to get closer to at least 1 to 2?
I understand. We'd aim for 1 acre. We think that's a suitable parcel to give us 2 decades worth of use. We're not exactly sure where it would fit in. It can go this way or it can go that way, but we'd be sensitive to the trees that are there. We'd work around wherever there. There's a Trails Committee trail that winds through there, and down in the lowland there's a little boardwalk even. So we'd want to be sensitive to those existing features.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions? Okay, let us now move to a vote. Voting is now open on $20,000 from free cash under Article 24. Okay, and 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Voting is now closed. Okay, and I'll get you the exact count from Benfield, but just to move things along, I can already see. Oh, I've got it here. So wow, it's 134 in favor, 10 opposed. Motion carries, and I so declare. Article 25, the motion there made by Mr. Triola, as printed in the motion's handout, is to amend the Green Cemetery fees under the statutory Chapter 114, Sections 22 to 36. I recognize Mr. Means again to speak to this one.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Again, my name is Gordon Means. I'm the chair of the Cemetery Committee. Excuse me. This item concerns, we need to go forward here. We did a fee analysis, another one of our deep dives into the operations of Green Cemetery. And you would not be surprised to know that we think there's an improvement to be made in the fees. We went back quite a ways. The fees have always been subsidized, and they've always been kept low, and occasionally we bump them up a little bit, but no one's ever done a real analysis of what it takes to run Green Cemetery. Yet our median household income, as someone pointed out, is really in the top tier. Every cemetery has its own needs and sets its own prices according to those needs. And our needs are not being met by the funding that we provide through the fees. There are 2 main components of the fees that we charge. There's burial and there's maintenance. If you look at the combined fees of our cohorts in the area, you'll see on this chart, at the top, Carlisle, we have the lowest combined fees. That's combining all burials, administration, and Perpetual Care Fund. AIR, by the way, is at the high end. Now, we've done 4 different lists. This isn't a cherry-picked list, but what it shows is the median household figure. Carlisle is at the top. Same chart, AIR is at the bottom. So we have the resources to better fund our cemetery. So the 2 components I was talking to you about, the burials are not being funded additionally or substantially. In fact, I went back through the mosquito, and Gary Davis said the same thing in 2001 and 2016. And Jim Hall said the same thing the other day. We're not properly funding the work that's done in Green Cemetery. Now, perpetual care is one of those things that's always confusing, but here's how it works. When you get a deed for the use of that land and you pay that at that moment, what you're paying for is administrative and perpetual care. So you're paying half. Right now, it's $300 for one grave. So it's $150 going to perpetual care. But that's a trust fund. We can't spend $150. We can only spend the interest that's earned on that, which today, if I can get a CD at 4%, that's $6. So when you're a $300 outlay, $6 goes to Wilson Chapel being maintained. By the way, a column fell off last week. Thank you for repairing it. The ancient gravestones that are tilting at 40 degrees. The summer house, a beautiful little gazebo. There are 3 gates that need maintenance. There's much to do. And our cemetery committee has a 5-year capital plan we want to implement, knowing that there's a pattern of fees that we can use over time, over years, to get to these, obviously not in the next year or 2. But we want to plan this out, and we need to have something to work with. Here's what we're proposing. From that primary comparison list, we took the median, which, as you know, is a list, and you put a pin in the middle. It's not the average, because that would actually be higher. The median for a full burial is 825 among our cohorts. We think 800, a little lower than median, is sustainable. Cremation, 325 is the median. We're asking 300. The deed and perpetual care bundled, which it usually is 900 at the median. We're asking 800. No one likes an increase in any of these cases, but we feel that we've been underutilizing, underfunding Green Cemetery, and we think this is a fair way to get it back on track and to fund it for those things that I mentioned and make it the little star that it is. And everyone loves Green Cemetery. It's a birding hotspot. I love that. And people walk their dog there, and it's just a great place that we have family, friends, and veterans, and we need to support it better. So we're asking for your vote on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have the recommendations from the FinCom and the Select Board for passage. Any other boards or committees have a recommendation? Mr. Hall?
Jim Hall from DPW. I also support this article.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
And I'm sure the mathematically inclined amongst you have noted that Mr. Means is telling you that you should set fees by the median. It was either that or a death joke, so, I have to pick my battles. Any comments from the floor? Okay, I think we're ready for a vote. And look, I think we can just do this by a voice vote. It'll be pretty quick. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. And any nays in Benfield? I think not. Okay, so motion carries unanimously, and I so declare. We are on to Article 26, which is the Community Preservation Act. And this is the final article that we have. We will note, however, that this one article actually has embedded in it 6 separate motions. And so I'm going to do something procedurally that's going to look and feel pretty much like we've done it the last few years, but it's slightly different. If you don't catch the subtle change, don't worry about it. But what we're going to do is, since there are 6 motions here, I'm going to do something that's called divide the question, which I can do as my discretionary power as moderator. So what we're going to do, I'm going to divide the question. We're going to take motion 1, which is the CPA appropriations, motion 4, which is restoring and preserving town vital records, and motion 6. So that's 1, 4, and 6, and 6 is the CPA, the rental assistance for Carlisle residents. So we're going to divide the question by taking those 3 motions together and vote on that as a package. And then we will vote on each of the others, which are the much larger ones, which is the CCHS amenities building, the Gleason Library renovation project, and then the affordable housing design funding. Each of those we will hear separate presentations, have separate debate and vote, and we will do that as quickly as possible. Okay, is that clear to everyone? So we have, so the main motion is made by Ms. Arnold, along with, which includes, for purposes here, the main motion as well as motion 1, motion 4, and motion 6 are all made as printed in the motions handout by Ms. Arnold. And I now recognize Ms. Arnold to speak to those 3 motions all together.
Hello, hello, and we're on the last article. So I'm Barney Arnold. I am a member of the Select Board, and as in that role, I chose to be the liaison to the member to the Community Preservation Committee representing the Select Board, and I've been the chair for the last about 1.5 years. So what you have on the screen in front of you, I just wanted to recognize all the members of the Community Preservation Committee. Affordable Housing Trust is represented by by Maureen Cosgrove Deary. Conservation Commission is represented by Sylvia Willard. Historic Commission is represented by Chrissy O'Shea. Member at Large is represented by Karen Panico. The Planning Board is represented by Addie Grady. The Recreation Commission is represented by Sarah Wingert, and myself, representing the Select Board. Whoops, wrong way. Just very briefly, how the Community Preservation Act works. This is an act that was passed by our state legislature in the early teens of I think it was 2013. And communities may choose to participate in the program or not. We as a town voted to participate. We were one of the early adopters. And that means that on our property taxes, there's a 2% surcharge, and that surcharge goes into what we call our Community Preservation Fund. The state matches that fund. In the early days, it was very high. It's gone down substantially as more towns have joined, but our match for this year, for fiscal 26, is 16% state match for the local CPA dollars that we raised. The committee manages the funding cycle and the grants, and then we recommend projects to town meeting for approval. So that's what we're doing tonight. The act is very specific, though. Only certain projects are eligible, and they have to fall under one of these 3 categories, either historic preservation, conservation and outdoor recreation, or community housing, affordable. So the first motion is about what portion of the funds that we have raised will go into the various accounts that I was just describing. So the committee met to discuss this. The act requires that at least 10% of the funds available are deposited into each of those 3 categories of eligibility. And that's what the CPC chose to do. We've had lots of discussion about this, and it's been recommended, and we have found this to be true here in our town, that allowing more money to be in what's called the undesignated fund gives a lot more flexibility to our ability to be able to fund things that may be more expensive. And you'll see that actually in the description of the projects that we're presenting to you tonight. So our recommendation is that $75,000 go into the Historic Preservation Fund, $75,000 into community housing, and $75,000 into the Open Space and Outdoor Recreation Fund. And in addition, we get support from town staff, and we're also part of a statewide coalition of towns can join to get advice from an independent coalition, community preservation coalition. And so we have allocated $35,000 into what we're calling the CPC administrative account. So this is the slide that I think is probably the most useful. Yeah, and I think you can see it reasonably well. So this slide is showing you where the funds are currently from the balance in our CPA account, and then what it looks like once we consider the 5 actual projects that we're going to be discussing. And as our town moderator mentioned, part of this consent agenda, we're only going to be voting as this on the consent agenda on motion 4 and motion 5, as well as those funding recommendations that I did on the previous slide.
It'll be 4 and 6.
Excuse me?
4 and 6 together.
What? I know motion 1 isn't on here though.
Right, so it's 4 and
6.
6 are the 2 that are bundled in with the.
Isn't that what I said?
You said 4 and
sorry, my apologies. Yes, so, but let me just read through the 5, I'm saying 5 specific projects because motion 1 is about the funding. So the first one is the CCHS amenities building, and as you'll see, we are, the CPC committee is taking the full request for the library renovation out of the undesignated column, which is the first funding source column. The Gleason Library renovation, we are splitting that, and $136,000 is coming out of the Historic Preservation Fund, and the remaining amount is coming out of undesignated. For the Town Vital Records project, we are recommending that $14,000 be taken out of the Historic Preservation Fund. For the Cranberry Bog House Affordable Housing Designed Funds, this is coming out of the Community Housing Affordable Housing Fund. And similarly, the Rental Assistance Program, which is a renewal of a program we've supported for a couple of years, that's also coming out of community housing. And the reason, just one quick note, the reason we split the historic preservation the way we have is that we wanted to leave a balance in the Historic Preservation Fund. And so if you look at the bottom line, it assumes that the town meeting has approved all of these projects, and that would show you what the new fund balances would be in each of these categories. And finally, just a reminder that the CPC voted unanimously to recommend adoption of Article 26 and these 6 motions. And again, as moderator said, we're voting right now on motion 1, 4, and 6.
Okay, thank you. We have the recommendations of both FinCom and the Select Board, actually for the adoption of all the motions, so I won't repeat that. Do we have recommendations from any other town boards or committees with respect to motions 1, 4, and 6 specifically? Anyone? Okay, all right, so.
We do.
Okay.
Number 3.
Microphone 3, if we could turn that on, John. Okay.
The Carlisle, Sylvia Willard, 34 Bellows Hill Road. The Carlisle Conservation Commission voted unanimously of all present at the last meeting to support all of these motions.
Thank you. And at microphone 2, please.
Chrissy O'Shea, Chair of the Historical Commission. The Historical Commission voted unanimously to support motion 4, preserving the town's vital records.
Thank you for that. Okay. Any other? Okay, so the floor is open for debate. Do we have any on motions 1, 4, or 6? Okay, looks like none. We're ready for a vote. Again, I think at this stage we can go to a voice vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. So the motion passes by more than a majority. I won't worry about unanimity. I'll hear later what we got from Benfield, but we certainly had more than a majority. Motions 1, 4, and actually it was unanimous in Benfield here. So the motions 1, 4, and 6 pass unanimously, and I so declare. We are now on to motion 2, the CCHS amenities building. This is $465,000, and I recognize Mr. Watterson to speak to that motion. I should state that this motion was moved as printed in the motions handout by Ms. Orland.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, everyone. Brian Watterson, Vice Chair of the Concord Carlisle Regional School Committee, and I'm here to speak about the bathrooms building, or the amenities building. I want to keep this simple because you all heard and voted on this last year. What we are talking about at the end of the day is accessible bathrooms at the high school, down at the field next to the football stadium. And I'd be remiss if I didn't say that the Regional School Committee truly appreciates Carlisle's support on this last year. And if you haven't been paying attention, the reason why we're revoting it is Concord did not approve it last year, but they did subsequently approve it this year through the use of CPA funds. So when we're talking about accessible bathrooms at the high school, what we're talking about really is having a permanent structure that is going to have restrooms, it's going to have recreational storage, and it will also have a space so that different booster groups are able to sell concessions during games and other events. This building will be open spring, summer, and fall, and available to any group that's using the fields at the high school. So besides just talking about high school sporting groups, we're also talking about youth soccer, youth lacrosse, families who are coming for CCHS graduation, as well as community events like Kicks for Cancer or Mighty Moose. Since we talked about this project last year, the actual scope has not changed at all. We're still talking about a 1,700 square foot building. It's going to be a cement building with a lifespan of 50 years. We are not going to heat it. There's not going to be air conditioning. It'll be open 3 seasons out of the year. And if you're not familiar with the current state, right now what we have on that spot are 3 porta-johns. One is considered handicap accessible, but that does not mean it's accessible to everybody in the community. And the Regional School Committee has heard a number of stories about people just having uncomfortable situations when down at that space. I should also note that for graduation and other events like Kicks for Cancer, additional portable facilities do need to be brought in every single year, and obviously that wouldn't happen going forward. What's changed a little bit is the funding, and I'll step through this. We are still using the estimate of up to $1.85 million for the overall cost of this project. While that was the same max amount that we were looking at last year, what has changed, what we're confident about is last year, if we had funded it, we were going to be closer to 1.75 million as the school worked through the design and was picking out fixtures and finalizing the details. but we're still confident on the 1.85 million. Transparently for Carlisle, the cost from last year to this year does increase by about $30,000 to the $465,460. The reason for that, just as we talked about very early on in the operating budget, we have more Carlisle students enrolled at the high school this year compared to last year. And the way the regional agreement is structured is just like for operating expenses, our capital projects are based on the enrollment on the 1st of October each year. I do have some good news though. Last month, Senator Barrett's office came to the Regional School Committee and said that they identified funds that could be used towards this project. So the state is contributing $175,000 towards this project. That is not in addition to the 1.85 million, that is going towards it. Not sure what happened there. So this is good news because it does mean that with the 1.85, we shouldn't need to use the full CPA funds that we're talking about tonight. Lastly, and as I led with, Concord did approve this project last month at their town meeting. They approved it with CPA funds. This does not require a special election like Concord had to do last year. And so this means that if we approve this tonight, we now have a fully funded path forward on this project. We can go out to bid this week. Ground will break in the fall, and this building will be available to people using the fields by this time next year. So thank you very much for considering support of this project, and happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Did we have any additional, besides the FinCom and Select Board, any other boards and committees? School Committee, the school, CPS, School Committee take a vote on this? No.
Carlisle School Committee did not take a position because it is outside the jurisdiction of Carlisle.
But the Regional School Committee
The Regional School Committee
does recommend in favor. Okay. Any other boards or committees? Okay, floor is open for debate. At microphone 1, please.
Good evening, Stacy Lennon, 195 Stern Street. This is just a question about the program, the design. Does it include a family bathroom / a gender inclusive bathroom?
Yes, thank you for asking that. It does, in addition to the women's room and men's room.
Okay, anything else? Okay, I think we're ready for a vote. Again, we will take a voice vote. This is, again, the amount is $465,460, all to be taken from the Community Preservation Undesignated Fund for the amenities building. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Okay, and that motion carries. And I will, all in favor, so that, Benfield, so that motion carries unanimously, and I so declare. We are now on to motion 3, which is for a total of $500,000 for the Gleason Public Library trustees, of which $136,000 comes out of the historic reserve, and the balance of $364,000 is appropriated from the Community Preservation Undesignated Fund. Motion is made as printed in the motions handout by Ms. Arnold. And I'm blanking on your, Ms. Gettings. I'm sorry, it's getting late. All right, I recognize you to speak. Thank you.
So much. I'm the closer tonight. Good evening. My name is Karen Gettings. I am one of the trustees for the Gleason Public Library, and today we will be presenting a request for $500,000 out of CPA funds for the historic preservation of our library, which is to bring this historic building for modern use. We have a lively library. We had over 100,000 checkouts last year. We had over 70,000 visitors of the actual building. And this building has not been renovated since the 1999-2000 timeframe. It has been a very long time. The usage has increased significantly, and we would like to provide a more flexible and more modern, meeting modern needs space for the community. For this, we are creating additional meeting rooms, including a private meeting room in case somebody needs to take a work call or a telehealth call at the library, and they may be more comfortable at the library than even at home. There are improvements to acoustics, so the library stays nice and quiet for the enjoyment of all. Regarding acoustics, also a designated area for teens to hang out. They like to come to the library after school. It's a wonderful, safe place for them. They can be a little loud, so it's good for them to have their own little space to be together. And also overall, bringing the space to be more modular so that we can host more community events such as concerts, poetry contests, things like that. This all follows the Carlisle Master Plan recommendations and the inputs that we had during community input sessions at the library. For this renovation, we started a capital campaign to raise funds for the renovation in 2023. Note that this is only an interior renovation, and these are the things that the town that are not in the town budget. So this is improving the acoustics, improving, creating new meeting rooms, improving the area overall. We started in 2023. We've had several open houses, many library events. Some of these events, I can recognize many of you have been to, including some fundraisers such as Books and Brews and Spelling Bee and mini golf. We have had a very strong support from the community, including there were 2 large donors who offered matching campaigns. Those 2 matching campaigns were met, and the community showed very strong support. And we have also applied to many grants, including the Mass Cultural Council and Qualcomm that were approved, but also we did ask for CPA funds back in the 2023 town meeting, which was also approved by the community. We do have some additional grants that we have applied for, and we haven't heard back from them yet. And as we do, that money does get deposited to the town. And the showing, the support from the community has been really wonderful. We have reached our initial goal of fundraising goal of $2.3 million. This was the estimate for construction in 2023, so it was a 2022 estimate for that construction. And thank you, everybody. We got there. That was wonderful. However, things have gotten more expensive, and the new goal, the new estimate now for the renovation is $3.13 million. This is what the 2022 estimate was, as you could see, and I don't know if I'm covering some of it. It was $2.3 million in 2022. In 2025, as we saw that we were getting closer to the goal, we requested an update on the estimate of the renovation, and it went up to $2.8 million. This year, we have been, we solicited bids for the construction and bids for a few other things, such as a relocation place for the library to provide certain services while the library would be closed for renovation, and it has gone up to $3.1 million. What I am trying to show on this slide is that every day we wait to do this renovation is costing us money. With the support from the CPA grant, we could start construction this year. The construction bid went through the entire town process. We accepted the lowest bid that met all the qualifications. It has been accepted by the Library Building Committee and the library trustees, and it could get under contract right after this $500,000 grant that we're asking today gets approved, if it gets approved today. I mentioned earlier we had a previous grant from CPA, it was $767,000. We're now requesting an additional $500,000. That is to try to close this gap in funding due to the increase in construction costs. The construction bid is in hand, it has been approved, and we could get going in June, and we respectfully ask for your support. We are very, very, very close to get this to happen. Many of you have seen us and talk about this capital campaign for 3 years now. Let's get to that finish line. This $500,000 CPA grant will largely close the gap to begin construction. Thank you, everybody, for your support. We look at the graph there. We made it to the finish line, the $2.3 million that we were looking for, and darn it, they moved the finish line for us. So please, this is you today, helping us get to that finish line. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have in addition to the positive recommendations from obviously the CPC, FinCom, and Select Board, we also have the library trustees, I presume, are recommending approval. More town board and committee recommendations. Microphone 2.
Ben Herder, co-chair of the Historical Commission. The Historical Commission voted unanimously to support the request for additional historic reserve funds.
Thank you. And at microphone 1.
Jerry Lerman, chair of the Municipal Facilities Committee. We voted unanimously in support of this motion.
And back to microphone 2.
Christina Christodouloupoulou, co-chair of the Environmental Sustainability Committee. The ESC supports Article 26, Motion 3, due to the planned efficiency improvements, but encourages any additional environmental sustainability choices that can be incorporated into the project.
Okay, and at microphone 5.
Laurel Lynn Roberts from the Carlisle Cultural Council. Cultural Council voted unanimously to support use of CPA funds for the renovation of the library.
Thank you. And also, microphone 5, please.
Hi, I'm Emma Betcher, and I'm here on behalf of the Friends of the Gleason Public Library, and we would like to voice our enthusiastic support for this article. Thank you.
Thank you. And at microphone 2.
Sarah Wingert of 65 Pagebrook Road, Vice Chair of the Recreation Commission, and we unanimously voted to support this additional CPA funding for the library.
Thank you. Okay, so I think that does it on the boards and committees. Floor is now open for discussion. And at microphone 5.
Amelia Fournier, 745 East Street. Just a question about the renovation. I know you were considering altering that beautiful central staircase, and I just wanted to check what the final recommendation was on that.
And you're asking if we are still planning to change the central staircase? Yes, the central staircase will now be more aligned with the historical aspect of the library. The historical staircase is the staircase that goes to the 3rd floor in the Hollis room, so that staircase will continue down to the 1st floor, opening that area then in the middle for a centralized librarian area where you will have both the circulation and the reference in one specific area, and you'll be able to see both doors for safety.
Okay, so that wide open staircase, so you're planning on getting rid of that and changing that at the library?
I think I may even have a picture here. Okay. I don't think I have a picture, sorry. Correct, so now this would be, this square in the center is what the staircase is now. So instead of having the staircase there, it would be where you would check out books now. That's the staircase that would be coming down continues from the 3rd floor from the Hollis room. It would come down to the 2nd floor, and then it would come down to the 1st floor.
Okay.
The turn staircase also has a benefit for acoustics. That center staircase right now works as a funnel for noise. It takes the noise from the 1st floor, funnels it to the 2nd floor, bounces off the ceiling tiles, and it gets spread on the 2nd floor. So it's also an acoustic consideration.
Okay, thank you. Any debate? Anyone? Okay, I think we are ready to move to a vote. This will again be a voice vote, a majority vote. This is a total of $500,000 additional for the library renovation project, of which 136 is from the Historic Reserve and 364,000 from the Community Preservation Undesignated Fund. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Okay, this motion required a majority. Motion achieves a majority and it passes, and I so declare. We are now on to motion 5, which is $200,000 to be appropriated for the Cranberry Bog House affordable housing design. All of the $200,000 coming from the Community Housing Reserve Fund to the the Carlisle Affordable Housing Trust. Motion is made as printed in the motion handout by Ms. Arnold, and I recognize Mr. Ballantyne to speak to the motion, and Ms. Julie Mercier from on the planning board, our planner, town planner, to speak to this. Thank you.
So this is the last motion of this town meeting. I'd just like to take one moment to thank everybody who's made this town meeting possible, all the volunteers, and I want to particularly call out, this is the last official motion act that Barney Arnold, our select board member, is going to be carrying out, and she has done a tremendous job on everything. And also Dave Modell, who is not sitting there, has been served on every committee that you can imagine. He is retiring, and we should give special thanks to him. And we, of course, have an election coming up on June 2nd. Out of order, but such is life. So what is this about? This is about housing. The Cranberry Bog House has been used for housing for over 100 years, and in fact, those of you who have walked the Cranberry Bog know that there was one person who worked in the Cranberry Bog, was paid $1 a day, lived up in Lowell, and so the Cranberry Bog House had been used for housing for the use of the cultivation of the Cranberry Bog. Then, when the Cranberry Bog was no longer effective and competitive, it was also used for Farmer Duffy's employees, and so Farmer Duffy's employees and children lived in that
John, could I ask
house.
you, please keep in front of the microphone. Thank you.
So it has been used for housing by Farmer Duffy and his workers and his kids, and so that it was there, and now it is being used for housing for our on-call fire department. So it is being used for housing. All we're doing is trying to convert it to more housing that is affordable, which has really been its purpose throughout its whole life. So, but nonetheless, there's a whole process of bringing it up to code and making sure that it meets that its objective. So this is just housing, housing, housing. And it also is housing that meets affordable criteria, some of which the Carlisle residents may be qualified for. So that is what it's about. So what are our objectives with this? Our objectives are to preserve the bog house and to cut that out and have that bog house be preserved and used, unlike some other historic buildings which have disappeared because we didn't figure out a use. So we're trying to preserve it, and we're also trying to preserve access to the bog. So the important part is to have the bog house converted that is integrated in with the bog, which, as you know, is a conservation property that people use a lot, maybe not as much as the library, but as everybody else. So we want to maintain access to it, have it be integrated within the bog, but we also have to carve it out. And as we will talk about that, because it's conservation land which is protected, and so we're going to have to take out a portion of this conservation land and have it set aside for housing, for affordable housing. And we are going to use the CPA funds which are here in Carlisle, and so it's not additional taxes, it's using the money that we've raised as Barney presented. So that's what it's about. So Julie, what have we been doing and how have we got here?
Yeah, so hi everybody, I'm Julie Mercier, town planner. So for the last 6 months, John and I have gone to many different boards and committees in town to give everyone an update on what's happening with the bog house, but primarily actually to receive feedback into the site planning and schematic design process.
And they've all sort of generally approved and given us good feedback, correct?
We've gotten some excellent feedback that has actually inspired us to make a few changes to our process already. The last couple years prior to now, we've actually worked to confirm project feasibility. We've worked with consultants to confirm that we can fit 4 units of housing in the historic structure, and that we can site utilities located close to the house without compromising the wetland resources in the area.
So we know that it's possible to convert the house to housing within the existing structure, and it will maintain that. Now, what are we going to be using this $200,000 for? Is it basically go through the process of making sure the design works, that it can be built. And so we're working with architects. We already have an architect has done the schematic design, and now we're going through the details of that, and then go through the site design of looking at where we would put septic, how does the water work, where does parking go, and how does that integrate into the whole Cranberry Bog conservation land. So that's the engineering and the architecture, and then we also have a housing consultant that we're working with who has experience doing this and understands how this has worked and what the requirements are from the state perspective, because we have to fit affordability criteria. And then, as you'll see, this other part is that we've got this Article 97, which is the state constitutional protection of conservation land. So we cannot take land out of conservation without approval of town meeting and the legislature. So that is the sort of process that we're going to have to go through. Is one, we make sure that it's permittable and that we know that we can do it, and then two, we go to the state and say, here's the process of what we're doing. This has been used for housing. We're going to take a portion of this, maybe something like 2 acres out for housing that has all this stuff, and we're going to have to find another piece of land that replaces that and replicates that. And so that's what the Article 97 process is about.
So the timeline for the rest of this year and beyond includes the legislative action that John just mentioned. So the carve-out and the replacement land both require votes of town meeting. Project permitting, we're envisioning permitting this process as a friendly 40B, which would involve input from all land use boards and committees. And then if we successfully get through those 2 steps, we'd put an RFP out for construction and enter into a contract with an experienced, not-for-profit affordable housing developer who would fundraise and finance the total cost of construction.
So Julie mentioned something of contracting out with an affordable housing developer who has experience doing this, who will then raise the additional monies to build the housing, and so that at this point, our sense is that these CPA funds get us to permitting, and then we contract out with an experienced developer. We've met all the criteria, and then we build the housing, and then it's available for Carlisle. And those people who move into that housing, they own it, and they also pay taxes.
That's it? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we have favorable recommendations from FinCom and Select Board on this. Other boards and committees, starting back at microphone 2, please.
Christina Christodoulopoulos, co-chair of the Environmental Sustainability Committee. The ESC supports Article 26, Motion 5, given the fact that the existing structure will be repurposed and maintained, and the project includes favorable ecological considerations.
Any other town boards or committees? Okay, seeing none, the floor is open for debate. At microphone 1, Mr. Drinkwater.
Hey, John. Thank you. I think it's a great idea. Oops. I think it's a really good idea to be able to, if you can, to do this, to be able to use that building for affordable housing. I do get concerned, having been involved with housing projects, particularly with old buildings. Have you got any idea from these people, the company that would be able to do this, how much it was going to cost to do this?
Yes, we have estimates. We have talked with several affordable housing developers, and so essentially, roughly, and obviously there's a whole process involved, there's roughly, if you've got 4,000 square feet that you're converting 4,000 to 5,000, you're going to do $400 per square foot. So it may cost around $2 million to convert. And so essentially what happens is these are affordable units that are sold, so they're owned by the individuals owning them, and they pay for that, and so essentially you have a funding gap of, let's say, around $1 million, $1.2 million, and they raise that money. There's experience in raising this money to cover those construction costs. So essentially, it's paid for by selling the units and then raising money to make it happen.
But just to be clear, are you saying that $2 million, I mean, I understand this is really loose, but about $2 million we'd get 4 units?
Correct.
Okay, that's pretty good, actually.
Okay, and microphone 2 or 3?
Microphone
2.
That's you.
Okay, Ms. Willard. You don't have to stand.
Okay,
You're
thank
fine.
you.
Yeah.
Sylvia Willard, 34 Bellows Hill Road. Just to repeat what I said earlier, the Conservation Commission, their last meeting, voted unanimously to approve this and the other motions.
Okay, at microphone 1.
Jerry Lerman, 218 Stern Street. So the units will be sold as affordable housing to an owner. What's the mechanism for making sure they stay affordable when that owner sells?
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, Mr. Lerman. So we're working with an affordable housing consultant to help us through the nuances of affordable housing. It's quite a nuanced world. But typically with affordable housing, there's an affirmative fair housing marketing plan that includes things like a tenant selection and a deed rider. And typically what I've seen working in other communities is that affordable housing these days, the deed rider requires them to stay affordable in perpetuity.
So,
which means if, let's say you buy something for $200,000, you've got an increase that is built into the terms, let's say 2 to 3%, so that it remains affordable. So the equity value is you don't have the market equity value; it stays an affordable unit.
Okay, thank you. At microphone 5, please.
Nancy Hartle, 164 Partridge Lane. Will we be minimizing our expenses until Article 97? You actually get through Article 97. We need state approval before we can actually do this.
Could you answer that, please?
Okay. So it's a parallel process. So we're going through parallel to make sure, because the state is not going to necessarily approve it until they know it's feasible and that it is permittable. And so we're going in parallel. So essentially, we're going forward with the architects and engineers and saying, here's what it is, here's what the carve out of the land would be, and so that, and in fact, we're having those conversations ongoing. And so hopefully, town meeting will approve this. So they will come forward to town meeting and say, here's what we've got, here's the plans, it's been approved by the various boards. Town meeting has to vote on it, and also the legislature is aware of that. And Julie?
So the answer is no, right? The answer is it's a parallel process. We're not minimizing. And do we have any approach at the moment for figuring out the exchange of conservation land, or is that to be explored? I mean, it's a pretty tough thing to do.
It is difficult. Again, we've had preliminary conversations. We have ideas. There have been suggestions by various committees of what possible other pieces of land might be available in town. We obviously have municipal land around the town hall. The Conant land is possible. There are other areas, but that's, again, these are just conceptual. They're not commitments at this point.
Thank you.
And back to microphone 2.
Rebecca Vieira, 48 Bingham Road. You probably know it's coming. I just wanted to ask and confirm, because my understanding after the last meeting that I heard you guys talk at was that the land swap is for, will be for a piece of land that is equivalent to the fair market value of the project at completion. And so, are we a little early in making this decision before we've had that conversation about whether that's the right choice?
Could you answer that?
Thank you, Ms. Vieira. So it is my understanding, after speaking with staff at the Executive Office of Environmental and Energy Affairs, that the bog house and the land that we carve out will be appraised as a value in use, so a value considering that it's used as 4 affordable units, and that we need to provide equivalent land as a replacement land of fair market value to that value and use of the bog house.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, I think we are ready for a vote. We will again do this as a voice vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Okay, the motion carries by more than a majority, and I so declare that the motion is adopted. And with that, we come to a close of this town meeting. I thank you all for your staying here. And on behalf of all the people who left early, and especially on behalf of the people who didn't show up at all, thank you, thank you, thank you. You all deserve a round of applause. And I will take your, we'll have a motion to adjourn to the town election on June 2nd.
So moved.
Okay. Vote with your feet.
Hey, I finished your report.
Motion to dissolve, I'm sorry, motion to dissolve, I misstated.
Yeah, not many. It was really good. It was really good.
Oh, and please return your clickers on the way out, thank you.
I bet.
Congratulations, you opened your mouth.